What's up, Amir? How you doing?
Hey, Chaotic. How are you? Nice to see you again.
I'm pretty good, pretty good. Hope all is well to you uh, and to your family. Sending out positive vibes to you and everyone that is in the chat. Thank you guys so much for coming out to the Lapeef or Politics with the Lapeef Network. Um, Guys, the summer is coming to an end. Summer officially ends, September 20th? So, guys, even though the seasons are going to start changing, still enjoy the last few weeks of the summer by getting out, exploring nature, going for a run, going for a walk. And you can also do that in the fall. You can also do that in the winter. But don't get sad. Don't get depressed about summer's end. Um, Guys, salute to you. I um, I send out nothing but love and happiness and positivity to you all, to you in the bushes. I know some people hate me, and that's perfectly fine. But nevertheless, I'm sending out positivity even to the haters. Salute to you. Guys, please make sure to hit the like button and please subscribe to the channel. And make sure you share the video. Amir and I are co hosting the Tuesday shows. We talk about politics, um, and we would like if you would keep an open mind, and we would like if you could remind us to keep an open mind as well. Politics are very, very important. It's a part of our society at every fabric. And the things that I say, though they may be chaotic, they're just my opinions. I'm just a guy on the internet wearing a blazer. That's it. So don't get mad at me for the things that I say. Don't get mad at me because I have my own opinions and perspectives. We are all entitled to have our own opinions and perspectives. We are adults, and we all live in the greatest country on the planet, which is the United States of America, and we have freedoms that other places don't have. With that being said, before I get into the topic of discussion, Amir, what say you?
I love hearing your opening monologues. They
Thank
are
you so much.
very nice, very comforting, very much and different than how the actual show goes. But
Hmm.
I love it. And also, as for people who don't like summer, who actually love the fall and the winter, like myself,
Yeah,
I am more than enthusiastic to see summer end. I can't stand the heat or the bugs, and I'm getting more and more excited for boot season, scarf season. Fall fashion is the best. So,
absolutely.
for those who are excited for fall and winter, I'm with you.
Awesome. Awesome. So, with that being said, today I came up with, well, yesterday, I came up with a topic because it came to my mind last night last night or evening when I was doing my own live stream on my channel, The Chaotic Truth Live. For some reason, the thought of Kevin Samuels crossed my mind. And for all of us who know, Kevin Samuels passed away uh, in May, and he was a polarizing figure, an influential figure. He, in my opinion, was probably the greatest thing that happened to Black people, particularly in the first quarter of this century. Um, his opinions on the socioeconomic society of Black people in America was very interesting and very controversial, particularly his viewpoints on women. Now, me being the person that I am, I supported Kevin Samuels. Now, I didn't listen to all of his live streams, but the tad bit or tidbit that I did listen to, I said that this man is a leader. And not only is he's a leader, he is an individual that should be admired. He is an individual that should go down in the history books. He is on par, in my opinion. This is what I was thinking of last night. On my opinion, he's on par with Malcolm X, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, Martin Luther King, and so on and so forth. Marcus Garvey, so on and so forth. The man was definitely instrumental in changing the thought processes and behaviors of many people. And I think that across America, there should be schools and statues of this man. Um, and so last night, with those thoughts, I said, what if he would have become president? And particularly president of the United States of America. And then I got to thinking, then I had a funny idea. I had an idea that if he was president and if he applied his same talking points to foreign policy, to global economics, to domestic policies, I got to thinking that he would be a very, very effective president, on par, in my opinion, with a Trump. Trump is he speaks very bluntly. He holds no shade talk. He doesn't try to make you feel good. He just tells the truth. And in my opinion, this is what this country needs. And unfortunately, Kevin Samuels has passed away, and obviously he did not have any political motives in terms of actually running. But if somebody, particularly young, if you're 19, 20, 21, 22, and you are, you want to go into politics, in my opinion, the template, the template for you to follow should probably be a Kevin Samuels. Um, if you just get on his physical attributes, and I'm going to say that first because that's the first thing that we see. Kevin Samuels, 6'3", 6'4", if I'm not mistaken. Very handsome man, very charismatic, very polished. And when you see the image of him, when you see that, when you see his decorum, you know, when you see the way he carried himself, this is the man that, wow, you would want to emulate, you know. And this is what builds world leaders. If you look at most world leaders, they pretty much have this same template. Um, this template of walking upright, and that's how Kevin Samuels was on his shows. He wasn't walking, of course, but he was sitting up straight. He never was slouching. He never was like, he never presented himself as being drunk. He may have drank alcohol, but I wouldn't know. But he never was drunk on camera. He never used vulgarity. He may have used a curse word or two, but generally speaking, he was speaking or attempting to speak the Queen's English, which is the superior language. Now, that's up for debate between people, but that's what I believe. So he gave off the physical attributes of a president, in my opinion. Now, his beliefs. His beliefs were, hey, look, this is what a high value man is. This is what a woman should be like. And by saying these things, in my opinion, he was trying to, well, not trying to, he was giving you a message, whether it was via a Trojan horse or just directly. He was telling you, you want to correct society, this is what you have to start doing. Women, you're going to have to start catering to a man. You're going to have to start um, vetting your significant other. Men, you're going to have to start working hard to provide for a family. You can't make $35,000 a year expecting the world to be given to you. You have to go out there and seize the day. This is the makings, in my opinion, of a politician, of a good politician. Somebody who says, get up. In my opinion, he probably would have been a conservative. Get up off of your bootstrap. I mean, get up off of your ass and get to work. Don't rely on the government. He would have been an excellent, and I mean excellent, Republican candidate, in my opinion. Um, would people have been mad at him? Sure. But people are always going to be mad at people, right? But no one can say, in my opinion, what he said was wrong. And in my opinion, he was trying to correct people via his platform that he had. And if he would have become a politician, he probably would have corrected the fabric of this country, in my opinion. And you already know, if he was dibbling and dabbling as the president, he would have been blunt with foreign leaders. Hey, your policies in your country stink. Your country is average at best. I believe that he would have been that blunt with foreign leaders. You know, he would have said, "Listen, your country has a problem with civil unrest." He wouldn't have sugarcoated anything with any third world country presidents. He wouldn't have sugarcoated anything with any prime ministers of any other country. If a country was a shithole, he would have said, "Listen, your country's a shithole. You need industry here. You need this here." And I believe that bluntness, that masculinity is what we need. Now, Amir, I've been talking your head off. What say you?
You give, I mean, you put up a really good fight of why Kevin Samuels would have been a great president. Before I say anything, I do want to say that, rest in peace, Kevin Samuels. It's really sad that such a great man had to go so early. And I still think there's a conspiracy of how he passed away. I still think there's more to be known about that. But
Mm-hmm.
aside from that, I'm getting a little bit of an echo
Oh,
from
let
your
me
end
go
here.
on mute. Sorry about that.
It's okay. Aside from that, I do politics all day, every day, just like you do, chaotic. This is all I do. I'm so tired of politics that I'm up to here, but this is what I do, and it's my passion. And although Kevin Samuels, yes, is a very great man, a very good role model for many, there's some fields that do not translate as well. You know what I mean? Like him going from the fields of relationships, marriages, conservatism, which I am all for, and translating that into politics, I do think that he would have been eaten alive in the political scene, honestly, because if you look at a man like Trump, you compare Kevin Samuels to the likes of Trump, and Trump was a businessman who came up, and I know people say, oh, he was given $1 million. $1 million is not a lot, guys. I mean, people think it's a lot of money. It's not. He started off with that and he turned it into billions. And that is a very difficult thing to do, to take millions and turn it into billions and, and create an empire. So a man like Trump, who created an empire this way, versus Kevin Samuels, who is a great image consultant, wonderful role model, very handsome, sharply dressed man. It doesn't, I just don't see him being the greatest president. I don't know. I don't know. And it could be just a feeling. I don't know. But if you look at the political scene, you have to have, just like Trump, Trump has a really deep love for America. He understands the roots of this country. He understands many things that I think Kevin Samuels, he will be willing to learn. But would he be able to handle the media? Would he be able to handle, um, talking about the tax system and just all of the nonsense that would be thrown at him? I don't know that he would have been able to handle that, because we saw that he was very stressed just with doing interviews with the people. You saw that. We could see that he was stressed. I don't think that he would have been able to handle it. That's just my view.
Well, Amir, you make some good points. And guys, please hit the like button. Please subscribe to the channel. And please, guys, please support the channel by super chatting, super sticker, and show that show you love the chat. Um, Now, here goes the thing, Amir. You mentioned empires. That's what you said. You mentioned empires. I could argue and say that Kevin Samuels did create an empire. His empire was his 1.5 million subs. 1.5 million people clicked that subscribe button. 1.5 million people believed in Kevin Samuels. 1.5 million people believed in what he was saying. If you just take, it's just all arbitrary, just for the sake of the conversation, but if you just take 10% of 1.5 million is 150,000. Assuming that that 10% is all men, what if that 10% of men said, you know what, Kevin Samuels inspired me to become a better businessman. He inspired me to have an incredible work ethic, because we all know he had an incredible work ethic. The man would do live streams, then he would do consultations, to different people across the planet. So he's different time zones, and he's almost 60 years old. Listen, I'm almost half his age. And I'm telling you, when I even me, I don't even like admitting that another man other than my father inspired me. But when Kevin Samuels said that when when it became known that he did consultations after live streams, etc., I said, wait a minute. Now here goes this man. He's half my age, and he's kicking my butt on work ethics. Imagine if 150,000 men said, "I want that work ethic." Imagine what that would do to an economy. Imagine if 150,000 men said, I'm going to work 20-hour days. I don't care about sleep. I'll nap in between, etc." Imagine what that would do to the economy, especially in America. If 150,000 men who are inspired. So in my opinion, his empire, though it's not a physical, tangible country, the fact that millions of people were inspired by this man. Now, um, you talked about wealth. Well, not all presidents are wealthy. Well, not all individuals who become presidents are wealthy. Obama and his wife certainly were not wealthy when they moved into the White House. Um, I don't even believe the Clintons were wealthy when they moved into the White House. I don't think a lot of I don't believe a lot of politicians who were presidents when they moved in were wealthy. So the fact is that though he was not a wealthy man, his message, in my opinion, was super wealthy. And you and I both know if he would have been in office and certainly if he would have gotten out, he would have definitely been a wealthy man. But your opinion is definitely valid. I see where you're coming from. But you're talking about certain things as you said that he may not have been able to do meetings or keep up with meetings. Well, we don't really know that. We don't really know if he would not have been able to do that. Based on the work ethic that I saw, it's very possible that a man like that could have adjusted to meeting with dignitaries, meeting with foreign leaders, going to summit meetings, etc. So we don't really know, and again, your opinion is just as valid as mine. I'm not saying that I'm right. I'm not saying that you're wrong, but I believe that this man, not now, but he will be codified in history on par, in my opinion, again, with a Martin Luther King. Kids are going to grow up saying, wow, this man was very influential. And, you know, who's to say, and JR, you can also drop the link as well. And who's to say that some kid or somebody in their early 20s wasn't inspired enough to become a politician and said, you know what, I'm going to look like that man. And I'm going to present myself like that man. I'm going to be blunt. I'm going to dress sharp. I'm going to have my hair nice. I'm going to look the part. I'm going to talk the part, etc. And you got to, and Amir, you know this, being a poli-sci major or a poli-sci enthusiast, you already know that Trump didn't come from political experience. He didn't come from DC, so he was an outsider. Yeah, go ahead. But he wasn't. But you got to admit, Trump was an outsider to DC. You remember that?
Right, right, and that's what made him better.
Yeah.
What made him better. I'm not saying that Kevin needed to have a political background. Not at all. And also, I didn't say that because he wasn't wealthy or isn't coming from wealth that he wouldn't be a president. The point that I meant there was that Trump turned very little into an empire, meaning he had that $1 million loan from his father and turned it into a $1 billion empire.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to reference, not the money per se. And what was the other thing I could mention? You had talked about meetings. I'm not sure about the meetings. My point is that being a president, look, Kevin Samuels is a great man, and there should be statues of him and not George Floyd everywhere. There should be statues of this man. There should be books written on this man, on his life, everything, because Kevin Samuels is one of those people that they only come once in a lifetime, those kind of people, no matter how much people didn't like him. And Dr. Martin Luther King, I'm sorry, I think that he was better than Dr. Martin Luther King in a lot of ways. Now,
you could argue that point too. And I agree with you. But go ahead. I don't want to cut you off. Go ahead. Thank you for the super chat.
Go ahead.
Thank
you, Christopher. Thank you so much for the super chat. Dr. Martin Luther King, he did a lot of great things as well, but he was influenced by so many bad people around him as well. And there's some other origins with Dr. Martin Luther King that, if you go deep into it, you would understand that this wasn't the greatest. Yeah, it was the greatest show or yeah play essentially that it was. But
Well,
Kevin Samuels, like I said, is it possible,
yeah,
chaotic? Let me ask you: is it
I'm listening.
possible that Kevin Samuels can be such a great man, such an inspiration, and not a president, but possibly um, someone? Because remember, the presidents don't have unlimited power. There are
Of
people
course
who are
not. It's
still more
checks and
powerful than the
balances.
president.
Yeah,
Correct. Could it be that Kevin Samuels could have been something more like the Speaker of the House or something, but president? I don't know about that. You know what I mean?
well, the Speaker of the House is a very, believe it or not, the Speaker of the House is a very powerful position. Um, the current Speaker is Nancy Pelosi, and it's Nancy Pelosi, right? Amir.
It is. It is. I'm sorry. I just get so triggered when I hear her name. Sorry about that.
So the current Speaker is Nancy Pelosi, and we clearly see the power that this woman has. She's a very polarizing figure as well. But the thing about the president is that the president is a to a degree a figurehead of sorts and an embodiment of the people, and obviously gets more airtime, obviously gets more media coverage, etc. That's the president. Kevin Samuels had that look, you know, and he wasn't just a influential person just for blacks as well. Whites loved him, Hispanics loved him, Asians loved him. And that, in my opinion, is the reason why I decided to do this title or topic, because he wasn't just the what is the word I'm looking for? He wasn't just the black people's leader or influencer. He was global, if you ask me, because in my opinion, what he was doing was he was saying you can, and Elijah Muhammad did this in the 40s and the 50s. You can be, um, I'm gonna I'm gonna be very blunt. You can be a crackhead. You can be a dope fiend. You could be an alcoholic. You can be at the bottom of society, but you can turn yourself around by dressing a certain way, looking a certain way, emulating a certain type of behavior, or emulating a
Right.
certain type of class. And you and I both know that the presidents, the senators, the governors, if you go to other countries, prime ministers, royal, that is the elite. And I could argue and say that that's what Kevin Samuels really wanted on a global scale, for people to be elite, for people to walk
Mm.
around and talk with pride and behave in a prideful manner, and not have, like, for example, the young lady, no offense, the one he said you're average at best to. Well, he wasn't trying to insult that lady. He was actually trying to help her out. And I think like that's what a good leader does, you know. Um, so I see where you're coming from. Trust me, I do. But if you just look at him for what it is in my opinion, as a man, every man is, and I'm talking to younger. Amir, I never talk to people my age or older. It's over. But this is for younger people. If you are a Gen Z, the person that you should emulate is a Kevin Samuels. Hear me out. You know he would have been a great president because he would have, a president cares about education, right? Right? Uh, Kevin Samuels had he went to school for chemistry. So you already know he would have been a president for the sciences. Now, would he have been able to articulate chemical compounds? And that's not for him to do. But he would have been an advocate at the highest of levels. And so imagine a whole bunch of kids saying, wow, the president said I can be the next uh, astrophysicist or quantum physicist or whatever. You know, he talked about the nuclear family. Well, if you look at the nuclear family solves a lot of our societal ills. High crime rates are from single parent households. So, him promoting nuclear families or promoting women to get married at a certain age, inadvertently, he would have promoted for lower crime rates. So, was he a PhD in criminology? No, but but a lot of his ideas would have corrected, or a lot of well, if he would have been president, some of his ideas would have been policy, or some of his ideas, but it would have corrected a lot of societal ills. The whole thing with the high value man. I I've talked
I'm
to a
gonna
lot
ask
of,
you a question as soon as you finish too. I'm
and
gonna
just
ask
hold
you a
that thought.
question.
Yeah, please don't forget it. There were a lot of men who were offended at his notion of what a high value man was. But you know what I saw the beauty in that? What the beauty in that was, it came off offensive to the point where people said, I'm about to be a high value man. I'm about to work my ass off. And so think about
Mm,
a lot of men who were insulted by that because they thought that he was talking to them or you, and worked harder or started to work harder. And so a president cares about the economy. So you have a society where a lot of men now are contributing to the economy now, adding to the economy. Oh, so yeah, he may not have been an economist if he became president, but his message still would have had a resounding effect. And to a degree, you could say that about a lot of our past presidents. Trump was not a true politician, but look at the policies, look at the effect that Trump had over groups of people or many people. Go ahead.
I believe that a proper businessman would make a decent president no matter what. I think that running this country is a business, and you have a good point there, Kevin Samuels. He was good at running his business. Towards the end of his life, he was very good at it. Um, I don't know too much about his previous work. He did mention working for IBM. I don't think that he was in a leadership position when he was working for IBM. I believe that he was just one of the top salesmen, correct?
Yeah.
And his other positions, he was never in leadership. I believe that his YouTube career was the beginning of him starting to get a handle on being in charge of something big.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So this is the reason why I believe that maybe it wouldn't have been proper for him to just jump right into the presidency, because I believe that a man like Trump, being the boss for so long and knowing the ins and outs and how to fail and to rebuild and fail and rebuild, just like Kevin did. Kevin did fail and rebuild, but Kevin was never in those positions of leadership where he had to be the boss every day, all day, and take the fall in the position of a boss all day, every day. This is something that creates a different type of character, which I do believe that Kevin had towards the end. Towards the end, he started to get a grasp on that. And Kevin Samuels is such, like I said, he's such a great role model to look to. But in the presidential sphere, I don't think that that would have. I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
My question to you is, how do you believe, um, let's say, as they say, people of color America, how do you think that people of color America would have seen Kevin Samuels? How do you think he would have done in the polls? You know how they do national polls?
Yeah.
How do you think he would have
I,
done?
in my opinion, he would have a very, very high poll count. People would love him and adore him. I don't I don't see why people would have any um negative or ill will towards him in the polls. You're talking
What
about
about women?
the Gallup poll, right? I think, well, you gotta understand
Use
this.
categories like race, gender,
Yeah.
class, and so on.
So let's be honest, Amir. Most women, let's be completely honest. Most of his fan base was women, right? You had women calling in left and right to hear Kevin Samuels has to say. What does Kevin Samuels has to say about this? Because at the end of the day, Amir, you and I both know women love leaders. They love leadership. Women really low key don't like simps. Women really want to hear the truth. When you tell a woman, um, you're 5'2" and you weigh 300 pounds, but you expect to be with an NFL player, that's not gonna happen. See, a woman, listen, she may be insulted at first. She may even hate the person who says that. But she's going to want to say, you know what? Maybe he's right. Maybe I should change the way that I look. Maybe I should change my viewpoints because to a degree he's right, you know? And I think that women would have a overwhelming love or would have had an overwhelming love for President Samuels if he had became president. And the Gallup polls would have definitely been in his favor. Um,
I don't know about that, because if you
Go ahead.
see how he was, if you see how he was when in his passing, which was disgusting. I'm sure you saw it was disgusting in his passing. The women, how they spoke of him. I mean, he did have a huge following of lovers. That doesn't make sense. Of women who loved him, but he also had a huge following of people who watched him, hated him, despised him, called him
Mm,
misogynistic, just like they did with Trump. They would have tried to run his name through the mud. They would have tried just any little bad thing that they could grasp their hands on, they would do just like Trump. But I
mm.
would think probably even worse to Kevin Samuels because Kevin Samuels wasn't afraid to talk to the women in truth. Trump, he doesn't really address women too much. Every now and again,
Yeah.
but Kevin Samuels is definitely not afraid to have women run away crying from him.
You have a valid argument, Amir, and I definitely can see where you're coming from. And to a degree, I can't even say that you're wrong. I mean, a lot of women were saying some very evil things about Kevin Samuels, but their viewpoints, and you and I both know, were based on emotion, and it was also based on irrationalism. Some of the evil things that they were saying about him. Now, mind you, he had never committed a crime. He had never harmed the black community. He had never harmed community, period, whether it was a white community or not. And people, like you said, particularly women, they were saying evil things about his passing away, whereas you can get beat up for talking about George Floyd, who was a degenerate crackhead. um it says a lot about those women. Now, I'm willing to believe that that was a very small percentage of women doing that. I'm willing to believe that large numbers of women were actually affected by his death and actually would have never in a million years said anything like that. Now, Amir, I want you to hold this point real quick because I want to talk about something that you said about 10 minutes ago and I don't want to forget it. You had said something about Martin Luther King, and I agree with you. I believe that Martin Luther King, though a very famous, and I gotta say he was famous due to um, them throwing this down our throats as kids in history books. But I have to agree with you. I believe that Kevin Samuels was on a different level than Martin Luther King, and I believe that his popularity and his status will surpass a Martin Luther King by tenfold, and for a multiplicity of reasons. First of all, let's be honest. I mean, Martin Luther King was talking about begging. He was always begging. He was begging white people to love him. He was begging white people to have them come eat in their restaurants and all this nonsense. Whereas a person like uh, Kevin Samuels would have said, "Do for self, build your own restaurant." See, and those things are truths. So I do agree with you. And I think that a lot of black people, especially, and a lot of people would rather have that do for self mentality than begging people for anything. And that, in my opinion, is also very conservative. So I agree with you. And you're going to get a lot of back flack by saying that, being a non black person, Amir. But please, Amir, please don't ever hesitate to say certain things because a person like me who is black will always admit when right is right and wrong is wrong. And you are correct. Our love for Martin Luther King comes from our second and third grade teachers jamming him down our minds. But other than that, I don't know what the man did other than march and beg for the white man to so that we can eat with the white man at his restaurant, and we had our own damn restaurants. So um, you have a point with that. Um, and again, I do respect the Martin Luther King and the history of Martin Luther King. He's also a fraternity brother of mine, but truth is truth, and it is the honest to God's truth. But nevertheless, um, if anyone who would like to join the panel, you can please join the panel. If you disagree, that is totally fine. This is not an echo chamber. And I also want to say, go to Negs. Thank you so much for the $2 super chat. And thank you so much for also being a member to the channel. Golden Egg says, God bless Kevin Samuels, the Lapeef Network, Amir, and Chaotic. Thank you so much, Golden Eggs. Thank you so much. And positivity is definitely coming your way. I hope all is well with you and your family as well. And I hope all is well with everybody else out there. Kevin Samuels, let me ask you a question here. If if Kevin Samuels had been president, right? Do you believe that he would have been blunt, like I'm saying, or what do you believe? Like, for example, let's say he was dealing with a country such as Somalia or something. Do you think that he would be just direct with the Somalian president or prime minister, or do you think he would have only really cared about national interest, particularly with America?
Kevin Samuels can only be Kevin Samuels. I'd never seen this man change his character in front
Mm,
of anyone. I mean, he went on shows, he did interviews, he was always him. There are different ways that he would send his message or get his message through. Like he would speak in different manners, but Kevin Samuels will always be Kevin Samuels and be as blunt and as real and as I want to say raw as he's always been. Um, I wanted to also ask you with
go
the
ahead.
Dr. Martin Luther King thing and the Rosa Parks. We understand that these people, if we look into the stories of these, I call them legends, but someone corrected me and said that legends in English means that it's a non true story or something like that. So these heroes, in a sense,
Yeah,
Rosa Parks and Martin Luther King, you were speaking about how Martin Luther King was begging for us to be able to be into white restaurants and so on and so forth.
hmm
Kevin Samuels, if it were him, I could see Kevin Samuels say, let's make a restaurant that's better than theirs.
that's
Let's
what
do
I'm
something
saying.
better to the
Yeah.
point where they'll be wanting to come to our
Yep.
restaurant and
hmm
we can deny or,
Yeah.
let them in.
Yeah.
What do
I
you think?
totally agree. I believe that Kevin Samuels had that mindset. A lot of people have questioned his employment, and I could always argue and say Kevin Samuels had a mind of his own. He made money for himself. You know, um, you know, this whole mindset of, oh, I gotta work in corporate America. I have to do this. Well, that's fine. But if you can also make your own money, that's fine also. This is a free market. And that is also something that Kevin Samuels strongly preached, a free market society. And you can make as much money as possible if you work hard enough to make the money. And you're going to have to do certain things. You're going to have to be, consistent. And we all know that Kevin Samuels was consistent. Now, he, gained seven figures later in life, but how many people will ever gain seven figures? And can we even argue and say, was it even later in life? 50 something years old is not that old. There are people who live to be 80, 90 years old. I think that's old. So Kevin Samuels achieved a lot in this country. And in my opinion, he was very American, very American. And so I think that if he sat at the table with third world presidents and he looked at their countries, I think that he would have had the same attitude that he does with, or he did with Americans. I think that he would have wanted a country like Somalia to be better. He said, "Listen, your country's average at best." I think he would have said something like that. He said, "This is why it's average at best," and he would have gave them a list. He would have been like almost his type of presidency in terms of foreign affairs would have been more a consulting type presidency. This is what you're going to have to do. You want your country to be a tourist attraction. You know why? Tourism brings money. And if Americans come to Somalia, think about what that can do for your country's image. Oh, Americans are coming here. So I think that he would have been that type of a president.
But don't you think
Definitely.
that that would have been, don't you think that that would have been more like a consultant to the president don't you think that, in my view, having Kevin Samuels in a high position like that, consulting to the, like, direct consultant to the president, making sure that the president does these certain things and has this certain view, he would have been so interesting and so mysterious as the consultant to the president, because they would see the president walking and the cameras are all on the president, but then they see this sharply dressed tall man right next to him who is his consultant, and they would be so interested in knowing, who is that man, who is he, who is he. I think he would have really shined in that kind of position more before entering the presidency, if he were to do so. I miss Kevin Samuels so much. I really miss him. I really miss his acronyms as well. Like,
Yeah.
as he said, dropping the dime, all of his little sayings that he had before. I miss all of it.
Mm.
And I know he would have used terms like Shirley on other politicians. Oh
Yeah.
my God, I could not imagine him going to like the Senate meetings and seeing a woman that he disagrees with or he dislikes and calling her Big Shirley for no reason. I would, you know
But see,
what?
that's something that Trump has done. He was the president, and he called, was it Rosie O'Donnell fat and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So that, and in my opinion, and Amir, it's just my opinion. To a degree, that is why I say that maybe aliens of DC, or people who are not in DC, people who didn't grow up and they didn't major in poli sci and they didn't go to they didn't work on the Hill. Maybe outsiders have a different view of DC, and they're not a part of the establishment. And I think that's what makes a Trump so great, and that probably would have
And
made a
dangerous.
Samuel so great. Hey, I'm not from DC. I didn't work on the Hill. I don't know. I'm not in the inner circles of all these people. But now I'm the president. Now it doesn't matter what you guys think. Now I don't care. I wasn't a senator. I wasn't a governor. I wasn't even a small town mayor. But I have the power, and I believe, just like with Trump, who will be who hands down is the greatest president in modern history. I believe that Kevin Samuels is probably the greatest individual who dealt with social issues without having a PhD in sociology, without having a PhD in psychology, without being an academic. No, he wasn't an academic, but people listen to him over the Harvard professors because his message, in my opinion, is more blunt, is more profound, and you can apply it to your life instantaneously. You don't need to read a peer-reviewed journal article. You don't need none of that stuff. You don't need to go to some little seminary. He was on YouTube every single day, and he was just saying, this is what you need to do. But like I said, Amir, you could have a point with you saying that he was just a consultant. I understand that. But I would rather have had him as the president instead of the consultant. Him, or being a consultant to the president.
And I understand all of your reasons, because
Yeah.
honestly, you giving me down these reasons, throwing down this list of reasons, it makes sense. It does make sense. He has the image, and image is everything. He has the image to do it. He has the personality. I mean, he is likable, lovable, and I'm sure, you know what, he may have adapted eventually, adapted into
Mm.
the position and done just fine. Um, he, I know that he would have done well in anything. I just,
Hmm.
I don't know. It's just hard for me to see him in that position, because I think about all the technicalities that go into politics and all of
Thank you,
the
T.
disgusting, thank you, T, all of the disgusting behavior from the media and all of that. They would have tried to drag him through the mud. They would
Of
have.
course, and that is the media's job. The media obviously has and let's be honest, Amir, and you don't have to agree with me or echo chamber me, but let's be completely honest. Most of the media, um, a lot of it is ratings. Oh, let's talk about race. Let's create some story and make it racism or something. So talking about a president, talking about somebody definitely brings in the ratings. They definitely would have went after him, 100%. Um, Before I forget this, what do you think in terms of the military? If Kevin Samuels were alive, if he would have become the U.S. president, or if he, this is all hypothetical, people, but this is a learning experience, in my opinion, for younger people. But if he would have became president of of the United States, what type of president? How would he have handled the military? Would he have had more laissez-faire, like, hey, Secretary of Defense, you guys could dibble and I don't, but what type of president would he have been in terms of the military?
Well, this is part of the reason why I think that he shouldn't have been president, because I think that he would have had an Obama type style
Hmm.
military. And Obama type style military, you guys, if anybody knows or doesn't know, Obama was a serial killer. He really was. He was murderous. He was disgustingly violent to the Middle East for no reason. Killing villages and women and children for no reason. He was disgusting. And a lot of people don't know that. People look, and this is why there was so much
Yeah,
struggles and wars in the Middle East when he
yeah.
was president.
He was
Once
definitely
Trump became president, right? Once Trump became president, he had 5 historic peace deals in the Middle East. 5 historic peace deals where
yep.
Israeli planes could fly over Mecca, which is you've never seen that. That was the first time in history that ever happened.
Yeah.
And yeah, so
Obama was dropping drones left and right. He even threatened to drop a drone on his daughter's boyfriends if they ever had a boyfriend. Remember that little silly joke he said?
we called Obama
Yeah,
because
yeah,
he bombed everything.
yeah. If Kevin Samuels had been alive and his personality that I saw, I believe that he would have had a laissez-faire type approach to the military. I believe that whoever or whomever would have been his Secretary of Defense, whoever would have been high-ranking generals, I think that he would have just let that be with the military. Like, you guys are in command. I don't. He doesn't come off to me. He didn't come off like a person who would have been interested in any type of military engagements, affairs.
But did Obama seem like that to you too? Just
I'm
really
not gonna
quickly,
lie to
did
you.
Obama?
Obama did not seem like that. Obama to
He
me seemed
didn't.
like he would have not. He would have been a laissez-faire. I like you guys, the military, whatever. Okay, you guys. Yeah.
That's
So
what I think. That's what I think happened with Obama. That Obama kind of just let this stuff happen, and he just kind of And that's what I think,
mm,
unfortunately, would have happened to Kevin Samuels. I'm not saying that Kevin Samuels would have said, "Oh, let's go do this or let's go bomb." Never, never. I
mm,
don't think that he would have consciously done that. But
mm,
because I don't think he understands the ins and outs of the politics in the Middle East and all, and because I don't know, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong
mm,
because neither did Trump, or did he? Did Trump even have any? But Trump knows business, so I don't
yeah,
know. I mean,
yeah,
I really don't know what would have happened, but
yeah.
I'm scared that the military would have just done whatever they wanted to under Kevin Samuels, unfortunately. But who knows?
Guys, it is 260 people that are watching. There's 100 and I think 70. I didn't look at it the last time, but I did. It's like 170. Get the likes up. Get the super chats up. If not, we're gonna end the live stream. Um, we come up here and provide entertainment, edutainment, uh, commentary. Get the likes up. Share the video. Hit the super chats. Support the video. Support the content. We have Alvin in the back. We're not doing any panels. And again, guys, you don't have to be afraid of me or you don't have to be afraid of Amir. I'm just a dude on the internet. I'm just one dude. I have my opinions, and I don't present them as facts. I don't present them as even better than even Amir's. Amir could be absolutely right, and I could be absolutely wrong. But the beauty of a panel like this is it represents what America's about: free speech, and that's the beauty of the Lapeef, the politics with Lapeef, and that's also the beauty of my channel, Chaotic Truth Live. We have Alvin in the back. Alvin is always driving. Salute to Alvin. Alvin,
So
let me
man,
ask you a question. What's up, man? How you doing? Positivity is coming your way,
I'm all
sir.
right, bro.
Hope all is well with you and your family, sir. Um,
Thank you, thank you.
Kevin Samuels, very controversial figure, a very polarizing figure. In my opinion, Kevin Samuels there should be statues all across America, particularly in black cities. I think that there should be schools named after Kevin Samuels. Kevin Samuels had a great message that pierced the veil of society that a lot of people benefited from. Would he have made a great president?
Um, Theoretically, yes.
Go ahead, sir.
However, realistically, he would have never been allowed to get that far. It's almost
Ooh,
like the Martin Luther King,
go
Malcolm
ahead.
X paradigm. Like
Go
Martin
ahead.
Luther King is like the all lives matter.
Yeah.
Malcolm X is almost like the you know what you get with him. He's very polarizing figure. So he would have Kevin Samuels would have been a Republican. he
Yeah.
wouldn't have been able to get the votes needed from other black people to be pushed like he would have needed to be pushed. Because he didn't have any democratic views at all, and most African Americans are Republican. So
Yes,
I
sir.
don't think he probably could have gotten as far as maybe Michael Still, maybe a chairman of the Republican Party, but I don't think he would have been able to get as far as Obama, because you know who Kevin Samuels is, you know what he stands for, you know what you're gonna get, you know the way he talks. He's not someone who's gonna um, try and get along with everybody. He doesn't care if you like what he says. He's gonna say what he feels. He's trying to help you, but he's gonna help you the way that he helps you, not the way you feel that he should help
Alvin,
you.
I rock with you, and thank you so much for supporting the Lapeef Network, and also thank you for supporting my channel as well.
No problem, bro.
People are saying your mic is choppy. If it's possible, can you come back and I'll let you back up, sir?
No problem. I'll jump off.
Absolutely.
Take care.
Thank you so much, sir. Let me ask you a question, Amir, and thank you so much, Dwayne, for the super chat. Dwayne with the $2 super chat says, "Great show. Conversation has a lot of what ifs." Absolutely, just food for thought. Just food for thought. But in my opinion, it's for younger people to say, you know what, maybe this crazy guy, Chaotic Truth, is onto something. Maybe Amir is onto something. Maybe we need to emulate a Kevin Samuels. Maybe we need to emulate someone who at least attempted to emulate royalty. You know, the royal people control society. Let's be honest. Royal, the Obamas are royal. Trump is royalty. The king, the queen, there's no king of England, but the queen of England is royalty. These people control society. If you look at their cadence, you look at their decorum, they may not be perfect people, but just look at what they emulate. And I think that's what Kevin Samuels was about. And thank you so much. Someone asked about the network's cash app. This is the network's cash app. Nevertheless, Amir, Kevin Samuels, in my opinion, would have been a great president when it came to health in the healthcare system. Now, Kevin Samuels would not have sat at the table with anybody crying about healthcare. It's too expensive. Health insurance is expensive. You know what he would have said? He would have said, "You're fat, you eat like crap, and get to working out." Most of ailments. Now I'm assuming this is what he would have said. I don't know what the man would have said. I'm just assuming off of what I saw of him. He would have said, "You're fat. Don't tell me about a thyroid problem. Don't tell me about some family history. What is your diet like? Do you drink a lot of water? Do you exercise?" I believe that even though he probably wouldn't have been able to articulate the healthcare system and blah, 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 I think that the fact that he would have been blunt by saying, "You know how you can fix the healthcare system? You know how you can fix healthcare in this country? Stop going to McDonald's. Follow the cultures that are thinner and healthier, like the Japanese, Arab culture. Arab culture is very. I don't come across morbidly obese Arabs. I just never have. If it is, I've never seen it. Now,
Well,
Amir,
I'll help
ahead.
you really quickly. So the three fattest countries in the world are, I believe Mexico is the first. Now
Yeah.
United States has fallen second, and Saudi Arabia, which is in the Middle East, being third. Now there's a difference between the Saudis and the Mediterranean Arabs. Mediterranean Arabs are Lebanese, Syrians, um, Egypt, Morocco, not Morocco,
Yeah.
sorry. Is it Morocco too? Yeah, all of those, northern. So Mediterranean diet is one of the healthiest diets in the world. Japanese have one of the healthiest diets in the world. So just don't follow the Saudis or the Kuwaitis and you'll be fine.
Now, people in the chat are saying Kevin Samuels passed away because of hypertension, blase, blah, blase, blah. Kevin Samuels wasn't complaining about his health issues.
I can't believe that they're saying that. Oh, chaotic. Okay. I think chaotic froze a little bit. I can't see the chat. But if they are saying that he passed away just because of you're back, chaotic. If they're saying that he passed away just because of hypertension,
I'm back?
yeah, you're back.
Cool.
If they're saying that he passed away just because of that, there's so many theories of why this man passed away. I'm going to be honest. I know that he had cancer early on in his life. That could have been a contributing factor. But as for his health, he was healthy. He ate correctly. I mean, what else can you do to try to protect your own health? If he did pass away from something that was in his body, it's not because he created the problem. It's because maybe there was something else there, underlying factor. So all we can do as humans is do the best that we can to hold our bodies, to keep our bodies healthy. We can't know what can happen. You can have an aneurysm tomorrow, today, right now, and die. So I mean, hypertension, was that his fault if he did die from that? Got it?
I beg your pardon?
Is it his fault if he passed away from hypertension?
Is it useful?
Is it his fault?
Is it his fault? Sure. I mean, again, if you pass away from alcoholism, if you pass away from certain things that you could have, anything that's preventable, you could argue and say that it's your fault. But what I'm saying is that the difference between a person like Kevin Samuels is that Kevin Samuels would not have given an excuse. He would have been complaining about the health system, and that's what I believe. That's what I believe he would have said to somebody. He said, "Listen, I'm not complaining though. I know what it is. I know that I need to eat healthier, and you should too. Don't complain about the system. Complain about your own behaviors when it comes to diet.
Does hypertension come from bad diet, or poor diet, or is that from stress?
Better saying that. I have no idea. I'm not a doctor, so I don't want to say something and I don't have knowledge on it though. But go ahead.
I think it's from stress. I don't believe, because if you look at his body, he wasn't at all overweight, especially for his height. He wasn't in poor health. Looking at him, and you saw what he would eat. He would eat very good. He wasn't drinking every day. Well, it didn't seem like it. The Red Bull could have been whiskey. We don't know, but I don't know. And people were talking about the Red Bulls. What do you think about the Red Bull drinking excessively?
Well, it's a great possibility that Red Bull can lead to certain health, debilitating health factors. But nevertheless, most of the products we consume that are obviously processed are not really good for us. So none of us really has a pure diet. So it could have been that. It could have been the Red Bull. But going back to what I was saying originally about, if he would have been president, he would have basically been blunt with it. He would have said, listen, this is why you have certain issues. And I think that's what have made him a great president at the end of the day.
Well, you're not allowed to do that now, because when you say that, people like, I don't know, other people, I don't want to say any names, but other people will come and say, well, that's not always possible to eat a healthy diet if you're a single mother and you can't do this. And people would unfortunately listen to that.
This is why Kevin Samuels would have been brilliant as president, or anybody who would take on his demeanor. What are you a single mother for?
Oh, good.
I think a president should flat out say that. What are you a single mother for? You know the stats now. You know the societal or social issues of single motherhood. So you can't give this excuse anymore. I believe that's the type of president that we need. The beautiful DA in Atlanta, she's like a Kevin Samuels to a degree, but she's a part of the judiciary system. She's a prosecutor. She's the prosecutor of Atlanta. She's very blunt. She's telling the gang, she's telling these people, listen, you're not going to come to this county and harm the public. I'm going to arrest you. Flat out. It's none of this. She's not giving any excuses anymore. She's not talking about slavery and Jim Crow and all this nonsense. She says, I don't care. And she's a black woman. She's a black woman. And this is what I'm saying. We need bluntness. We need people to say, this is what it is. And that's a woman, and I don't know if she knew Kevin Samuels or not. That bluntness is going to change Atlanta. Damn, we can't go to Atlanta no more. That she locking us up left and right.
A lot of people see that as wrong.
I beg your pardon?
a lot of people see that as wrong, and I can't stand that. I can't stand the naysayers when it comes to respecting the police. I do understand that there are bad police out there, but the majority are not. Let's
Mm,
just be honest with ourselves. The majority of police are not out there just saying, "Oh, I'm gonna hurt someone because their skin tone is darker."
mm,
It, I mean, that's a whole nother conversation here that we don't want to speak
absolutely.
about.
Maya
Is
Moon, you are definitely free to cam up. The StreamYard link is in the chat. Uh, JR has dropped it multiple times. You are free to cam up and give your points. This is not an echo chamber.
what did
Maya
you say
says, I'm still waiting on the facts. Laugh out loud. What did he accomplish again? About
about Kevin Samuels?
Kevin Samuels, yeah. Yeah. Go ahead, Amir.
What did Kevin Samuels accomplish? Kevin Samuels opened the eyes of many people, starting with men, but nobody listened to him until he started speaking about women, which
Mm,
speaks on our society as a whole just in itself. If you look at the fact that he was speaking so bluntly to men, even worse, speaking more rudely and raw to men before he started speaking to women, but nobody paid attention to him
yeah.
until he started calling out women. That is one thing that should open everyone's eyes in society and say, why did we not care when he was being rude and blunt and raw to the men? Why is it all of a sudden when you speak to the poor woman, then everyone came? That's when his millions of views came. Um, Kevin Samuels, he exposed many problems that we have in Western culture, the Western
Yeah.
world. He gave people a different viewpoint. He had videos saying like you're nothing until wait, well, I don't even know, I don't remember the title, but essentially the videos are talking about how you have to get off your arse, or you have to get off your arse and do things for yourself. And
Mm.
this is something that a lot of people,
How do you?
they didn't want to hear. But
No, they didn't. So I would like to ask you some questions, Amir. You've been on point, but let's get down to the nitty gritty. Let's get chaotic, okay?
uh-oh. Okay,
This is
I'm
all
gonna put my speaker.
hypothetical. This is all hypothetical. How would Kevin Samuels have dealt with Black Lives Matter?
I don't think I'm allowed to say that on YouTube because I don't have the protection, the
You're
complexion for the protection.
you're a minority in America, just like most of us are. So you can talk about it. How would he have dealt with Black Lives Matter in the protest?
I can't
They're
say certain
looting.
things, but
They were looting. They were destroying cities. If he would have been president, what would have happened?
why don't you answer your question first?
I believe that Kevin Samuels, Christopher J, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Christopher says the same people speaking ill of the deceased are the same people that want protection coming from the black men. Speaking ill on Kevin Samuels won't get you that. Thank you so much, Christopher. Guys, please hit the super chats, support the channel. I believe that Kevin Samuels would have been blunt. I think that he would have called in the National Guard and he would have said that, listen, we have a policy and it's going to be a rest on site. If you look like you're about to loot, we're going to lock you up. I believe that he would have been so pro-economic or pro-economy. He would have said, listen, we're not going to let you destroy these cities. We're not going to let you tear up our roads. We're not going to let you no, we're not doing that. I believe that he would have said, you're looting, you are finding an excuse to behave like an animal. You are finding an excuse not to work. You're finding an excuse, and we're not going to tolerate that. I believe that he would have been just that blunt. That's what I truly believe. Yep, absolutely. Go ahead, Amir.
I
Amir,
think he
don't
would
be
have
afraid.
labeled.
Yeah, go
Oh,
ahead.
I'm not afraid. Trust me, I'm not afraid of that. God, no,
Mike, can you
I'm not
come on
afraid
camera?
of it.
Mike, please come on camera, sir. I see
Is
you in the
that
back,
is
Aaron.
is it trigger mic?
That's trigger mic is in the back, but I was talking to white Mike. White Mike, what's
Oh,
up,
white
man?
mic. Wait, let
Mike.
me answer the question really
Oh, yeah,
quickly
go
before
ahead,
you
go ahead,
continue.
go ahead.
Before you continue, I do want to answer you because I do believe that Kevin Samuels would have labeled Black Lives Matter as a terrorist organization, and rightfully so.
Oh, you think he would have just officially labeled them as a terrorist organization?
Correct.
Wow.
Same as Antifa.
Okay.
Antifa is also a terrorist organization.
Yeah.
But that's all.
Okay. Mike, is a lot of people in the back. We got to keep it to like 3 to 5 minutes. Good day to you, sir. Positivity is definitely coming your way and to you and your family.
Good night.
Hope all is well. Mike, Kevin Samuels, what would have happened if he would have been president? And is he an example of what a politician should be? Go ahead, sir. Mike, you're on mute. There's a delay or you're on mute. Something is going on, my good sir. Mike, let me drop you real quick, Mike, and let me I'm gonna come back to you, okay, Mike? Just patiently wait a minute, Mike. We have Aaron. Aaron, what say you, sir? Aaron, Kevin Samuels, would he have made a great president? And if so, would he have been a great example for not just Black America, but for America in general? Keep it real.
It's a good question. I don't think he would have made a good president.
Go ahead.
I don't think so. I think that Kevin was exactly where he needed to be.
Sort of like what Amir was saying.
Yeah, the consulting, the advice, the entertainer, the motivational speaker, that was his lane. But when it comes to implementing policy, advocating for change, I don't think that that's something that he would have been competent enough to do. I think that some of his positions were a little too radical for me. Specifically, some of his traditional positions are going in a way that, or they go in a direction that I would say traditional values are fine, basically. But I think that Kevin's school of thought was advocating for something a little more. I'm trying to find the sweet word for it. Something a little more oppressive in some instances. For example, his views on prostitution was just one that was just a little too much for me, and I attempted to try to have a little dialogue with him on that particular view because I just never agreed to that point. But stuff like that, I think would have been, I don't think would have been good for this country.
Aaron, let me ask you a question. Thank you so much. Let me ask you a question, and hopefully Amir has one for you too. I don't know if you are a father or not, sir, but if you have a son, would you want to see Kevin Samuels in your son's history textbooks from let's say first, second, third, fourth grade?
Man, these are really tough questions because I definitely appreciate Kevin, but I'm gonna just answer honestly. And
Go ahead, sir.
no,
It's not an echo chamber. You don't have to agree with me. Go ahead.
yeah, I got you. No, I wouldn't. Again, I don't think that was Kevin. I don't think that Kevin is. I don't think that's his lane. I think he was perfect for the position that he had, and trying to put him in that sort of position. Like, I don't even think that Kevin was somebody to look up to be quite honest. I think that Kevin was somebody that spoke the truth, and if anything, we can look up to his boldness. But as a person, I can't say that I would look up and then say Kevin as a person on a personal level is somebody that I would admire, or I would want my son to be a pattern of conduct on a personal level, just from the way that he conducted himself in certain ways. No, some of that is just entertaining. I don't know Kevin personally, or I didn't know him personally, but just from the way he presented himself, I don't know if I would say that he's a model for black men. I can't say that.
Aaron, I got about 2 more. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. You good? Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say you have about 2 more minutes because it's a lot of people in the back. But go ahead. I just want you to finish. Go ahead.
Sure. Yeah, sure. I do think that Kevin was, again, somebody that spoke a message that needed to be heard. But I don't think that we need to, because he spoke a truthful message, that we should elevate him to a status that he doesn't necessarily deserve. I think he deserves the honor and respect for the purity of his message, but I don't think that we should elevate. And I think sometimes we do that in the black community. We elevate individuals who are speaking messages, and we try to put them in a position of power or influence that they're probably not competent enough to hold, or might not have the things that they need to hold. I think that Kevin was exactly where he needed to be, and I think he was bold enough to speak the messages. He had the experience to speak the message.
Aaron, I got actually one going away question. Feel free to say no comment. If you had a choice of drop kicking a George Floyd statue or drop kicking a Kevin Samuel statue, which one would you drop kick? You can say no comment. You can say no comment if you would like. Go ahead.
I'm definitely probably going to. Man, that's a tough question. I'm definitely going to probably drop kick a George Floyd
Okay.
statue.
Okay.
I don't think he should be an example for the community either.
Okay. I thought
at
so.
all.
I thought so.
Yeah,
Thanks
yeah.
for calling in.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you
Yes,
so
sir.
much. Yep. Peace.
All right.
That was Aaron on the ones and twos. I know that's a tough question. Let me take a mirror down real quick until she comes back. That's a damn tough question. Guys, please hit the like button. Please subscribe to the channel. Please share the video. Let me see if Mike, his camera's working. Mike, are you there?
Working now?
It's working good now. I got a lot of people in the back, so I hate to be blunt with you and tell you, but and tell you that I got to get the next caller, but I have to get the next caller after you. But Kevin Samuel, sir, was he an influential figure? And would you want to see his face and his story in your grandchildren's history book, sir?
Well, I don't know about his story. I just think that he could have been. I mean, he could have been a good president because he's blunt and tells it like it is.
Yes, sir.
But I just don't think that American people are ready to hear that. I mean, Trump tried to tell it like it was, and they canceled him faster than Andrew Tate. So imagine if Kevin Samuels got up there calling somebody Big Shirley or the dog barking, die alone. I just don't think America's ready for Kevin Samuels. I would give him a chance, but I just don't think the media, big tech, they want it their way, not Kevin Samuels' way.
Let me ask you this question, sir. Assuming that Kevin Samuels was alive, assuming that if he would have, ran for president or became president, how would he have dealt with the rainbow community?
I think he would have been just fine with them. I don't think he would have, been over and, gone all the. I think the gays and lesbians coalition has gone too far. I mean, they want, to be able to be dogs or furries or triple transsexuals, and they don't know what they want. How do you, come together with a group that you don't even know whether they're man or a woman? So, I mean, I don't have a problem with them, do what you want to do, but I just don't think you should be able to force your values on me and make me accept your way of life.
Okay. What type of president? Okay, assuming he would have been a president, do you think that he fits the mold in terms of physically? Do you think that little kids, especially little black kids, would have said, "You know what, Mom, Dad, I want to be like that guy"?
I think they would have looked up to him. I mean, if
just based on the physical,
I mean, physically, I'm standing there next to Kevin Samuels. I'm 5'10", he's 6'3".
Yeah,
I'm overweight. He's healthy. Dresses sharp. I think he would have made a good camera presence.
Okay.
I mean, the message was been his problem, but on the camera, I mean, I think you would have put Obama to shame.
Amir, are you seeing a ghost? Keep it real. Are you looking at a ghost? What are you looking at?
It's a spider.
Oh, a spider. Okay.
It's a spider.
Amir, do you agree with Mike? Do you think that, and of course, this is just for the question's sake, do you think that Mike is onto something? He would have been a great camera president.
Yes, that's what I was trying to say. I mean, that's what I was trying to say to you. I'm going to adjust my Wi-Fi. I'll be right back because it's a little bit choppy. I'll be back.
Mike, let me ask you a going away question, sir. If there was a Rodney King statue and if there was a Kevin Samuel statue, which one would you drop kick first, or which one would you drop kick? Period. You're on mute, sir. You're on mute.
Yeah, I mean, Rodney King had a tough time in life, but
Yeah.
you know, I would take Kevin Samuels over Rodney King any day.
Right, I thought so. I'm
Yeah.
thinking most people would, and I think that's the beauty of a Kevin Samuels. The man was an upright man. He did a lot for the community, and he, in my opinion, was the example of what not just again black men should be, but most men. Period. Thank you so much, Mike.
Thank you. Yeah.
Absolutely. Let me get Amir out of here real quick until she adjusts. Guys, please hit that like button. Please subscribe to the channel. Guys, thank you so much for all of the super chats and the cash apps. They go a long, long way. Guys, it's 270 people in here. Please hit that super chat. Hit the super chat. The Lapeef Network is the greatest network, the greatest confab on YouTube. Literally. There's no network like this on YouTube, so please support. In the back we have Trigger Mike, fellow Nigerian, fellow friend. The guy's an incredible guy. Trigger Mike, sir, let me ask you a question, sir. Would you have voted for a Kevin Samuels if he had ran for president? Keep it real.
I don't know who he'd be going against, but what I can say is yes, and I can tell you why.
Go ahead, sir.
Kevin Samuels was conservative minded.
Yeah.
So I don't know his political affiliation, but he was conservative minded, and I am conservative minded. He wanted the same things for the black family that I currently live out in my everyday life. So that would have only been beneficial to me and people that look like me, in my opinion. I truly believe that healing hurts first. So I really don't care how people perceived his approach. It was a necessary approach. And if he would have been a great president for black people, and I'll tell you, I've said it on numerous programs. If you want to know that you're doing something right by the black community, or at least black men, find out how black women feel about it. If they like it, it's not good. If they like it, it's not good for the black community. If they don't like it, that means it's constructive. So he was very constructive.
I would love to ask this question, but this is not my network. But it has something to do with Cousin 19, but never mind. Let me ask you another question. If Kevin Samuels would have been president, how would he have dealt with the food shortages?
So those type of things, like I said, his political views and things
you
about that. You know what? What I can say is that he was extremely rational.
Yeah.
So he was a rational guy. He kind of went by the facts. You know, he all the time he didn't always do a good job, but he did the best he could on putting the facts together. And what I think he believed was that everyone would make it by their own sweat. So I don't think he would be really on a liberal side of things, giving away free things. He would give you what you deserve, what you work for. So the same way anyone who is conservative minded would deal with a food shortage, making sure you show up, and he's not enabling you to get more free stuff out of this society, I think that's the approach he would take.
If Kevin Samuels would have been president, sir, would little black boys have said, you know what? I want to be like that guy. I want to be like Kevin Samuels. Just based off of his appearance, the way he spoke, what would little black boys 9, 10 years old would have said looking at him?
Little black boys should absolutely want to be like Kevin Samuels.
Oh, go ahead.
Here's why.
I'm
I've long said, so any woman that did not like Kevin Samuels, you also do not like your father, your uncle, your brother, or any male friends that you have, because if you walk into a barbershop, they talk just like him.
Yeah.
So he's just echoing what we already believe.
Yeah.
So a man that's taking care of his boy, that wants to see his boy take care of his children and be of service to his community, and have the woman that he marries or the woman that bears his children produce functional seeds in this world and are productive members of society.
Yes, sir.
Yes, they should strive to be just like him.
what would a mother, a rational mother with a daughter say if he would have been president? A rational mother, black, white, whatever.
You said a rational mother with a daughter.
A woman who has a head on her shoulder, who's not a combative Jezebel. If she would have had a daughter, and there was a man in the household as well.
Oh yeah, she's heard it all before.
And so, what would she have said to her daughter about not Obama, but Kevin Samuels, if he would have been president, sir?
She would have said, I mean, she would have probably found other things to like about him because it's nothing she wouldn't have had it heard before from her own husband, from her father, grandfather. If you are living that type of lifestyle, you understand why men like Kevin Samuels are necessary. Right. The feminist narrative only grows and only lives in male absence, not in male presence. So if a man is there and she's a rational woman, she would pay no mind to Kevin Samuels, or she would actually be entertained by it. So she would promote it to her daughter as entertainment.
Awesome. Trigger Mike, there a few people dropped off in the back, so you have a bit more time. Do you want to get chaotic real quick, Amir and Trigger Mike?
Sure.
Let me ask you a question, Trigger Mike. Kevin Samuels had damn near 2 million followers on YouTube. He had 1 million followers on Instagram. Will he be codified in history on the same scale as an MLK, or even exceed MLK? Keep it real. You don't sugarcoat it. For anybody in the chat, let's keep it real. Pretend like this is just the three of us talking and nobody heard us.
No, he will not. So Kevin Samuels, like what he did for men specifically. In fact, let me put it this way: for men, he will. For men, he absolutely will. And we don't even know it yet, because when I make that comparison, you have to remember that there was a time where people hated MLK as well. It was after his death that you started to see his works, and then you had to see, the length to which he went to make things possible. And then after that loss, you felt appreciation. So now we just lost Kevin Samuels. You have to see his works come into action in the way little boys are standing up for themselves, the way they choose women. And, you have to start putting his quotes out there and all of that. And then you'll start to appreciate him more. I understand that, like right now, still in society, women still can't contradict each other. So we need not rely on them for pushing Kevin Samuels' message, but men push his message a lot. So he will be encoded on the hearts and the minds of black men, and even men in general, because he's really called the Godfather.
A lot of men, a lot of whites,
red pill, So men will push him forward till the end of their days. Absolutely.
Amir, do you have any questions for Trigger Mike?
I wanted to answer your question. You asked, do I think that he will be codified? And I think that it depends on what we do now. When the MLK passed, it was up to those people to, is it called etch his name in stone. We are the ones who are in charge of that. We should be the ones etching his name in stone for the future generations to look back on and understand where the root of Big Shirley came from, where the root of the dime, the whole like high value man term came from. We should etch his name in stone as we're living right now for the future generations. I think that we are in charge of that. So chaotic. I mean, it depends on what we do now. If we let more George Floyd statues be erected, is that the right term? Erected, right? If we let more,
right term, correct.
Okay, sorry, it just sounded so vulgar. If we let more George Floyd statues be erected, then we need to make sure there's also Kevin Samuel statues erected as well.
Trigger Mike, a few people, and thank you so much, Amir. A few people have come to the back. Guys, again, thank you guys for coming to the channel. Everybody in the chat, thank you guys so much. Please hit the like button. Please get the likes up to 300. Trigger Mike, you are a father.
Indeed.
And you, I can tell, are a very influential man to your children. But would you mind a chapter or two being in a 3rd or 4th grade history book? Kevin Samuels 101.
Absolutely, I would. I would love it.
Wow. Okay.
Wow. Absolutely.
Yeah. Wow. Damn. Yeah.
I mean, just let me say this.
Yeah.
Could you imagine the women we would raise that don't need a message diluted for them before they're able to accept it?
Yeah.
They can hear it in any way.
Mm.
And if it's factual, they have to find a way to accept it and look inward before they blame and project outward. That is a formidable woman, if I can say so myself. I would love to raise a functional, formidable woman who accepts facts. I mean, I would love nothing more than that.
Somebody in the chat said echo chamber time. Again, I clearly have said this an hour ago, 30 minutes ago, that anybody who has their opinions can freely cam up. I don't want an echo chamber. I don't necessarily think I'm even right. This is just what I believe. Amir could be right. Anybody could be right. Amir doesn't believe that he should have been president. I do, but I'm not arguing with Amir. That's her opinion. So if you don't believe in what I'm saying, or Amir or Trigger Mike, just cam up if you're that adamant about your opinion. Trigger Mike, women were disrespecting Kevin Samuels upon his death. Why in our community was that accepted? But the moment you talk about George Floyd having white foam coming from his mouth, clucking it out on the street, people want to fight you. Go ahead, sir. If you don't feel comfortable answering this one,
no. Okay. I think I'm trying to find the appropriate term. I don't know if it's cognitive dissonance or what. It's like they don't even see the level to which they are, promoting actual bad behavior. I almost got caught up in the George Floyd propaganda. Then I found out his actual background and wonder why they gave that man a statue, because I wouldn't want something about him in my child's history book, because if they start looking him up and what he did in his life and the felonies he committed and all of that, not saying he deserved to die at all, but damn sure a statue, like, who does that? So
thank you, Bob, for the $5 super chat. Bob says Trigger Mike without a beard is like the Dallas Cowboys now being called the St. Louis Cowboys. It doesn't work. Let me ask you a question, Trigger Mike. Thank you guys so much. Let me ask you a question, Trigger Mike.
Yeah.
I perceive royalty as the Queen of England. Mm-hmm. I perceive royalty as the Obamas.
Oh, yeah.
As so many other people. Do you believe that Kevin Samuels was trying to teach people to be royal? Now, he himself was not codified as being royal. He was not a part of any royal family on the books, or he wasn't a politician, of course, and all this is just hypothetical.
Amir, what you
Amir, do you realize you are on camera?
I'm so sorry.
No,
There's
don't
a
worry about
spider.
it. Yeah.
I'll be back.
And I want to point out that Amir is murdering a spider, like it's an ant or something. A spider is not a bug. I think you should get a piece of paper and pick it up and throw it outside. But nevertheless, Amir, that's you. Trigger Mike, is there a level of teaching that you can get from Kevin Samuels of royalty? Hey man, this is what you got to do.
So I wouldn't call it royalty. I believe he was trying to teach people to be dignified.
Ooh, good word.
And he was always promoting that people seek self-improvement and refinement. In fact, I wrote down, if I may, that lady that put up there, what are the facts that Kevin Samuels has done? I wrote down a list of things I believe he's done, if I may read that off. All right. So Kevin Samuels started uncomfortable conversations. He directly confronted the prevalence of the female supremacist movement, not feminist equality movement. Okay. He actually promoted self-improvement for Black men and Black women.
He did.
He exposed the unrealistic expectations of modern women.
He did.
He promoted reconciliation of broken Black families.
Go ahead.
And he provided a standard of decorum This is the most important. So I got to say that. He provided a standard of decorum between black men and black women. You are not going to overtalk him on his show. And what did those women do? They shut the hell up.
Yep.
So that is the standard of decorum with a man of distinction and someone who called his show. You're not going to disrespect him on his show.
Yeah.
So I believe he set those standards.
Trigger Mike, I'm not trying to troll or anything like that, but I do have a closing question for you, sir, because there are individuals who cammed up.
Yep.
Now, you did mention that you believe that Kevin Samuels politically would not have been a individual who would have been that astute. Correct me if I'm wrong.
With
did you say that he would not have been? You don't know his policies. You don't know his.
Yeah, I just didn't know his policy. Yeah.
Assuming that he would have been president, if he would have alive and he would have become president, he would have met with a third world leader. Let's say Somalia, Uganda. How would he have talked to a third world leader in terms of their country and how they deal with their country?
Oh no, I think he would have been very refined.
Oh, okay.
He spoke that as a dignified individual. I think
you don't think he would have said your country is average at best?
No.
I think he would have said it, but go ahead.
I think the way he interacted with people, he matched energy. You see what I'm saying? So if you're speaking and interacting with him in a dignified sense, in a refined sense, he was doing the exact same thing.
Thank you so much, Trigger Mike. I want to point out that Asura. I gotta drop you down, Trigger Mike. I'm gonna bring up somebody else. Thank you so much, sir.
Yes, sir.
That was Trigger Mike on the ones and twos, guys. Asura says Kevin Sanders. Who was that? I think Asura means Kevin Samuels. Exceeded MLK is crazy. Why would you even ask that silly question? Let me see. Guys, please hit the like button. Please subscribe to the channel. Mike, let me see if you're fine again. Mike, are you back?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Good now. Yeah. Go ahead, sir.
Only thing I really disagree with you today, Chaotic, is I think when you try to compare Kevin Samuels to MLK, the times, that's 80 years ago. Or 60 years ago. I'm sorry. But there was a big change. America's changed a lot in the last 60 years.
Yeah.
I mean, in the last 20 years, it's changed big time. So I just don't like that comparison. I think the times were too different to compare Kevin Samuels to MLK. I think they're both important in history.
Oh, absolutely.
And I hope that, my personal opinion, Kevin was starting to make a change because he confronted the problems. He came up with a solution. He just didn't BS out there and cry about it. You never heard Kevin Samuels say something and then didn't have a solution to the problem, in my opinion.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mike from Boston. Mike from Boston said, how would Kevin Samuels have dealt with Terrence Howard had he tried to push that absurd belief on him? So for people who don't know, and I'm not going to play it because this is not my channel and I don't want to get a copyright strike for JR. But Mike from Boston is referring to an incident where Terrence Howard, the actor, was in Uganda speaking to the president of Uganda about this theoretical energy source that will fuel planes or something. It was really idiotic. But the president of Uganda was being very diplomatic, being very generous, being very nice, listening to this insane American. And you got to really watch the interview. But I know exactly what Mike from Boston is talking about. But when we have Mike from Boston, I rock with you. But when we have a conversation on mentally ill people suffering from schizophrenia, like Terrence Howard, yes, I will definitely broach that episode. But thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Amir, are you familiar with that?
Is that true that Mr. Howard is suffering from schizophrenia?
Amir, if you saw the last 7 or 8 interviews with Terrence Howard, you would not only believe he's suffering from schizophrenia, you would believe that this man is absolutely not a part of this planet anymore. The man has lost it. And this is my words. This is not anybody else's words. Just want to give that a FYI for people. Go ahead, Amir.
I will give that a look. I mean, it could be that he knows something that we don't know. I mean, most geniuses seem crazy.
You're saying Terrence Howard is a genius?
No, I was giving an example, but I'm saying like.
So which genius that you know of, that we all know of, was like this?
Well, actually, I haven't seen his behavior. I have to look it up. I have to see what you're talking about because I've never heard
But
of this.
But you did just say most geniuses are like this. So I'm curious, what genius is like this?
Well, Albert Einstein, they used to say that he was stupid when he was younger. They were like,
that
oh,
is absolutely false, and it's been proven to be false. You look it up. Just don't take my word for it. Look it up. It's proven to be false.
People looked at him like he was a nutcase. Did you see his hair? Did you see the way he acted? People thought he was a nutcase. Yes,
I think
he was
that
smart,
was the hairstyle
but
in Germany back then.
no, it was not. That was not.
I don't know.
Who else is wearing that hairstyle?
Thank you so much, Mike.
Who else is wearing that hairstyle, Chaotic?
I have no idea. I didn't live back in those days. Alvin, what's up? You're in a location.
Not home.
Your phone is still a little bit choppy, but we can rock with it.
Gotcha.
Let me ask you a question, sir. The social credit system in China, it is transforming society over there. It is a system that will establish a social shaming system, a system where people are going to pretty much want to be on their best behavior. What would Kevin Samuels have said about that social credit system?
He would have loved it.
Why would he have loved a system like that?
Because having a social credit system would force people to think twice before they do things, because they would have a direct impact that everybody could see. So let's say you get arrested, or if you drop out of school, you have kids out of wedlock. That's something that it's like a jacket that you're going to have to wear that everybody will be able to see.
Yes, sir.
So,
Amir, do you have any questions?
You know, I don't agree. I don't think Kevin Samuels would have liked that because, I mean, he's all for shame. Yes, that is true. He's all for shame and keeping people accountable. But I don't think that he would have liked something that's so invasive into people's privacy, because he talked about being a private person all the time, like not sharing your world all over the internet all the time. And I don't know. I just don't think that he would have been okay with that.
And about
Shame,
the
yes.
and about the school, having a chapter in the school book, I think it would be better if all freshmen going into high school, if there was an etiquette class that was backed by some of the things that Kevin Samuels was teaching, like that one show that he had, things that your father should have told you about representation, the way that you need to keep yourself groomed, the way you should talk, the way you should move in the room, how you should choose your friends, how you should choose a wife, what you should be looking for, how you're building your work ethic, how you should sacrifice the short-term gratification for the long-term gratification. That could be a class. And it would be good for either 8th graders or freshmen in high school to get that at between that age of 13 and 14, where they're going to be facing peer pressure, societal pressures from like the Beyoncés of the world and the Michael Jordans. Kevin gave you a whole different perspective where you're not looking at entertainers for, you know what, this is something that I could look to. This is the way I can be. I can start doing this now. I don't have to have a 40-inch vertical. I don't have to be able to sing. I could just go home and iron my shirt. I can iron my pants. I can wake up early. I can study more. Those are all things that you can do.
I want to point out prior Jesse said, and thank you so much, Alvin, you're making absolute sense. And I totally agree with you. I think that me being a former teacher and me teaching in inner city schools and some of the kids would come in looking like absolute hell or looking like thugs and criminals. I agree with you. I think that there should be etiquette classes taught, not even dealing with Kevin Samuels, but with people in general, people who are teaching how to eat properly, etc., proper decorum. And I do believe that maybe there should be videos played of Kevin Samuels, just like growing up, they played his videos of Reading Rainbow with LeVar Burton and things of that
Yep.
magnitude. Prod Jesse says most black men ain't even using mnemonics, by the way, ain't even in the room with the people Kevin was describing. Now, here goes the thing, Prod Jesse. To a degree, you're correct. But here goes the thing. The idea is to dress the part, look the part, behave the part. So when you are in the room with the people that Kevin Samuels is describing, you will fit in right away and immediately, or create the room yourself. That is the whole purpose of what Kevin Samuels was uh, teaching people. And you're not wrong, Prod Jesse, but you're not right. But the whole idea is to create the room or be the room. Guys, do you want to broach what Prod Jesse said? Thank you so much, Prod Jesse. Again, for being a member, and positivity is definitely coming your way to you and your family, sir. Go ahead, Amir.
The people that Kevin Samuels was speaking about were the upperclassmen, were the people of the upper echelon. So, I mean, everybody should strive to be somewhat kind of like that, but I don't think that is for everybody. The lifestyle is not for everybody. And this is another thing about Kevin Samuels that people disagreed with, because they say that he only spoke to people of a higher upper class. He wasn't addressing people with average lives, with, middle class salaries or middle class, so, that could be an issue. Although Kevin Samuels always spoke highly of the middle class men, of the, what is it called, blue collar workers and so on, when he was talking about high value men, and he wasn't speaking to the average man, and that's something that could be very dividing. But division isn't always bad.
Go ahead, Alvin. Thank you so much, Amir.
Kevin spoke to the average man, but he spoke to them through high value men, because that's what the women were unintentionally saying that they wanted. So they were saying that they wanted a high value man, but they weren't saying it. They were saying, like, I want to stay at home. I don't want to have to work. I want to raise my kids, but I also want to take trips to the Caribbean 2 or 3 times a year. I want to be able to have a maid. I want to be able to have a $40,000 purses. They're describing high value men without saying it. And Kevin was like, well, most women don't live that kind of lifestyle. It was a way of him saying, like, you know what, that type of lifestyle is for a certain exclusive group of women. Maybe you should be more realistic in for the type of life that you can actually have. Maybe you should be able to work with a partner where you can build a life, because you're going to have to retire. He always talked about that. What was it? 2.5 million you need to get to the end of life past 60, I believe. And most women don't have that. So they needed to partner with the man where, if the man dies for whatever reason, they would have something that they can inherit and live on and not have to be homeless.
What would Vladimir Putin think of Kevin Samuels? Yeah,
I don't think
rich man. Go ahead.
I don't think Vladimir Putin's ever seen a man like Kevin Samuels. I don't know.
Oh, now you're saying something big here. What do you mean by that?
When has Russia ever seen a black man that doesn't just bow the knee? He can match. Kevin can match wits with anybody, and he's not someone that just goes along to get along. And in that way, he was like Trump. He wasn't someone that he wasn't going to start a war, but he wasn't going to let you talk down to him either.
Yeah.
So I don't think that people are used to, and that's what made Kevin so opposing, because people aren't used to seeing black men, and with the exception of Malcolm X, they weren't used to seeing black men just stand on all 10s.
Can I ask you a question, sir?
Sure.
I'm gonna get chaotic real quick. Kevin Samuels was 6'3". Malcolm X was 6'3". Do you believe that a black man needs to be an imposing figure to be a great leader, or perceived as being a great leader, both socially and politically?
I think the average height of a president is about 6'1".
I think about
So
6'1". Correct. Yeah.
so I think there is something to height
Mm,
having a certain presence,
mm.
So I think there is something to that.
So Amir, can I ask you a question? And
Yes.
I want to stay on this real quick because this is also important. It may be brutally honest. It may, some kids that are listening may not ever get to these heights, but there's nothing wrong with that. But Amir, what would you tell a kid who wants to be a leader, but when they're looking at this height thing, CEOs are tall, generally tall, CEOs of Fortune 500s, obviously. What do you tell a kid who's probably going to be short? What do you tell a kid, Amir, that maybe you're not going to be as tall as Malcolm X or Kevin Samuels, but you can still be a leader? What would you say?
Well, the child will have to understand that society. There's an echo, chaotic.
Oh, let me
Bit of an
put it on
echo.
mute. Yeah, sorry, that's me. I'll
Okay,
put it on mute.
it's okay. Well, the child will have to understand that society tends to vote for the person that is taller and has more of a presence. And unfortunately, that's just natural instinct. That's not even, that's not something that he can control. But what he can control is how tall his personality is and how tall his character is. Because Ronald Reagan, I believe, wasn't that tall, but he turned out to be a great president. Was he?
He
Chaotic?
was about
How
six
tall was
foot.
Ronald Reagan?
He was pretty tall. Ronald Reagan was like 6 foot. 6
I
foot.
thought
Bush
he was
Jr.
like
was only
5'10".
5'11".
Who?
Bush Jr. was 5'11".
Who was 5 foot
Oh,
11?
Bush Jr.
Bush Jr.
But he's still 5'11". In shoes, he could be 6 foot though. But
Yeah,
In the right shoes,
yeah,
yeah.
Ronald Reagan was 6'1".
Hard. He
Yeah.
was 6'1"? Did somebody look it up? Okay. I don't know. I mean, your personality has to be taller. It is unfortunate, though. Isn't it unfortunate that typically the taller man, when there's a presidential race, usually the
Yeah.
taller man wins?
But I think that was, and I think, and again, these are some of the things that they're hard truths, but height definitely played a role in Kevin Samuel's life as well, and I think that should be something that should be looked at too. Like you said, you just, and Alvin, you even said it. You don't need a 40-inch vertical.
no.
If you're tall, if you're a taller guy, look at it. Kevin Samuel, say, look, man, this guy, he did change on, and and I'm not trying to talk about a lot of taller people, but I gotta say this, I don't really see a lot of tall intellects. I really don't, because a lot of times taller people or taller men don't have to be intellectual. A lot of times, I don't know if you agree with that or not. Like a lot of times, a taller dude could just exist and people would just come over to him. Have you ever seen that before?
But chaotic, what do you think about, why do you
Um,
think that Kevin Samuel's height, why do you think that his height helped him? Because he was online. He was only on YouTube.
Well, you could definitely tell somebody's physical prowess on YouTube, but I believe
No.
I'm sorry, Mary. You asked me a question, then you're telling me no. Okay, go ahead.
No.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Because I was watching the same YouTube as you were, sir. We're watching the same YouTube.
What
And I couldn't tell how tall he was.
But what I'm
Okay.
saying is that height plays a role. And Amir, would you respect a man Gary Coleman's size talking to you? Keep it real.
How tall is Gary Coleman? I don't know who that
Gary
is.
Coleman unfortunately died about 15 years ago, but he was about excuse me.
5'3".
Are you okay, Candy?
I'm coughing. He was about 5'1", maybe.
What? Why are you? What is this? Are you okay?
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, as a woman, what do you say about the height thing? Go ahead.
If he was 5'3" and he was speaking to me, would I respect him? You're asking me?
Mm-hmm.
Of course, I would respect him as a man and as a person. I mean, I would help him upstairs and pick him up for his chair and everything. I would help him.
Thank you,
I would
Dub
be
Will.
definitely helpful. But no, I mean, I wouldn't disrespect him because of his height.
Well, I will have to say this. The reason why I brought up height is because, especially when you're black, if you're short, you could learn from a Kevin Samuels, because even though Kevin Samuels was tall, he also had charisma. Now, when you're short, you're gonna, you already have a disadvantage, so you're gonna need a package. You're gonna need the charisma. You're gonna need the when you walk into a room, you're gonna need to be the one who speaks the loudest, but not like loud, like boisterous, but loud, like proud or pride. So those are things that you could have learned from a Kevin Samuels as well. Amir, if Kevin Samuels were alive and he would have been president, what do you think his stance on the space program would have been?
Kevin Samuels would have created his own division of the space program, in my opinion. I believe
Like what
that
Trump did with Space Force.
correct. I believe that he would have done exactly the same thing as Trump.
Now,
He's
why would he
very-
have done that? Why would he have done that?
Because he wants to be above average. He wants America to be above average, and I think that would be one of the ways to make us competitive in every aspect of the world, you know, because Russia, their space program is really good, and China's is as well. So we would be competing against China and Russia in space.
The first thing he would have done was eliminate the welfare system.
Oh, now we're talking. Why would he have done that, sir? Keep it real. Keep it real.
Because to create the type of society he wanted, it would put women in a position to where they would have to depend on men more. So they would have to think twice when they wanted to get a divorce. They would have to think twice when they wanted to get an abortion. So the stakes would be a lot higher, which means that you would have to make a lot better decisions. And that's what Kevin was about, is making better decisions. So he would
advocate for the elimination of the welfare state.
Oh, absolutely.
Wow. Okay. So you're saying that there probably would have been cutbacks on, food stamps, WICs, things of that magnitude, because it would force the very same people he's trying to help into saying, listen, you got to get up off your ass and get to work.
Kevin was all about, he'll throw you in the pool and you're gonna sink or swim.
Wow.
That's how he was. You got, what do you say? You got to learn off experience, right? You got to get out there and live.
Go ahead.
So he would definitely do that.
K. Freckles said, I'm sorry, go ahead, Amir.
No, I don't want to cut you off. I can wait until you finish.
K. Freckles says, when did MLK beg for white people to love him and love black people? He wanted all races to unite. So how did that mean he was seeking love? He definitely was begging whites to love him. He definitely was begging whites to accept him. And his whole mission was about integration. What are you talking about? His whole mission was wanting blacks to be treated well in white establishments, like white restaurants. Sir, it's clear as day what MLK was trying to do, and there's nothing wrong with admitting that. So yes, K. or Amir, you can talk about it if you want.
And look, as soon as he got that, he regretted it instantly, because he even said, I may have marched my people into a burning building, because they were just looking at the positive aspects of segregation, and there is, but he didn't account for the negative impact that it would have on his own people, which would mean if black people start catching the buses that white people are catching, then what happened to all the black run bus companies? They went out of business.
Exactly. They went out of business in droves. There were a lot of black owned, and a lot of people don't know this. And I'm going to get to the super chats. I'm glad you brought that up, Alvin. Amir, I don't know if you knew this, but there were a lot of black owned, first of all, businesses in the country, but particularly bus services. And
I hate to say that.
And they were pretty much eliminated overnight the moment I wasn't born then, but the moment blacks decided to integrate. Blacks always have believed that the white man's ice is colder, and that was probably the downfall. Absolutely. And when people say, well, MLK wasn't a beggar, yes, he was a beggar. The March on Washington was funded by the government. It was begging. It was begging, period. Go ahead.
I hate to say, go ahead. Sorry. Is it
No, it's okay. I think that what MLK wanted was necessary, but it should have been done different. I mean, hindsight is 2020. We're all armchair quarterbacks right now in history, but I think that the middle ground between what Malcolm X wanted was not necessarily integration, but equal the playing field with giving us the same resources that you give to the white schools. We keep the same teachers, we keep the same students, we just want better resources. Martin Luther King was, well, let's bust these kids and let's put them in the all white schools, and let's put the percentages up of black people, Hispanics, Asians, and let's even it out that way. But then by doing that, you lose everything that you had, and that's what put us in the position we're in now.
A
unfortunately.
normal man, thank you so much for your $5 super chat. A normal man says black women would ask for Lizzo, Beyonce, and Cardi B to be put in our history books. I would certainly hope that black women would not ask for these Jezebels, these non-talented singers to be put in any history books.
Wait, chaotic. You don't believe that some of them are already in history books? I promise you, in college, anthropology, they're probably in the newly written books. I promise you, they're in books. I promise you they are.
Thank you so much, Rebellious Videos, for the $2 super chat. Rebellious Video says, CT, you are going to hell. Laugh out loud. I think it was I was probably one of many comments I made. Let me see here.
Mr. Alvin, what kind of mic are you using? Just asking, just curious.
I'm on the Samsung Galaxy Fold. Sucks.
Yeah. Android phones typically are choppy on particularly StreamYard. Dub Will with the $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Dub Will, for also being a member. Says Malcolm X called for the separation of the races. Wow, he did. And so did the Nation of Islam, which he was the national speaker to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And speaking of the Nation of Islam, I want to give a rest in peace to a great black woman. Amir, are you familiar with Ava Muhammad?
That was the daughter of. No, it wasn't, and I'm not sure.
Yeah, okay, you're not familiar because you.
No.
Ava Muhammad passed away. She was the first female national spokeswoman for the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. She passed away a few days ago. I met her about 10 years ago. A beautiful, beautiful black woman, intelligent, conservative. Definitely is a model of what black women should be, at least in my opinion. We have somebody else on the chat real quick. Let me drop you down, Alvin. Salute to you, sir. Thank you so much. Amir, do you have any going away questions for Alvin real quick? Because I've been asking some very trolling questions about George Floyd. I don't want to do that anymore. Go ahead, Amir.
Not a question per se, but more of a comment regarding the separation of the races, how he's speaking about Dr. Martin Luther King. I've always spoken about like how integration should have come naturally. It shouldn't have been forced on the people because it created an animosity. And this is part of the reason why I think that we see the problems that we see today, where a lot of racial tension, where you have the black community saying like, oh, we're being discriminated against. We don't have this or we don't have that, which every claim is different. I'm not saying that all of them are nonsense or all of them are valid, but I think this is part of the reason why we have the problems that we have today. And I do believe that the black community would have been better off having their own on their own side, because I think that just like the Jewish community, they did their own thing. They just stayed together and do their own thing. And I think that we're stronger. I think we're stronger together, like with our own tribes. I think
Amir, I live around Jews. And I will say it now, and I will say it. I said it yesterday, today, and tomorrow. They are God's chosen people. They have their own businesses. They have their own security. They are protected. They protect themselves. They are a beautiful people. And the minute that they leave, I'm leaving. They are an incredible race of people. Insane. Alvin, thank you so much, sir. I might do a panel, so please come back. I'm going to be on here.
Gotcha.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Take care.
Alvin. Yep. Alvin has to fix that phone. I mean, I didn't mind him being up here, but that phone was too choppy.
The earplug, it's in my ear. Like I have my, it's just like.
Yeah. I would find it absolutely funny if they did a biopic about Kevin Samuels, and he said that famous line, "You're average at best, ma'am." Oh, that'd be so funny if that was like the first scene, and then it goes into like a backstory. But nevertheless, Devil's Advocate, what's up, man? Let me ask you a question, sir.
What's up?
Do you believe that Kevin Samuels would have been a great U.S. president?
I know he would have been.
Go ahead.
I think that having the strength to tell people things that they don't want to hear, sometimes at the expense of your own relationship with them, is a trait that not many people have nowadays. And he was willing to do that, even if it costed him being ostracized from you know, a lot of his own community. So that's one leadership quality that I think has kind of been lost in time. And I don't like to get into like generational, you know, fights. Like, is it, you know, younger generations are weaker? They like to say our young generations are lazy, but I think that if, you know, if our grandparents would have had Google, they would have used it too. But it does definitely have a effect on our mindsets and the way we, you know, the way we think, the way we lead, the way we act. So, but yeah, it would take a lot of convincing for me to think that he wouldn't have been a good leader, especially for the Black community.
If Kevin Samuels, thank you so much. If Kevin Samuels would have been alive today, how would if he had dealt with Afghanistan?
Well, it's interesting because I never heard him opine on that issue. I haven't seen all of his episodes, but I am confident in his competence. The way that I look at military issues, it's one of the few things that that I would have to elect someone I trust to make those decisions. Whereas with other politics, I'm more of a fan of democracy. So like my philosophy was always, there shouldn't be two parties. You should vote on each issue individually. So that way you don't have conservatives or you don't have liberals that might be pro-life, but they're liberal on so many other topics. They vote, you know, for abortion or whatever, or vice versa. You know, people are always giving up something morally and philosophically because of this two-party system. Like what's the likelihood that you agree with all 100 issues right down the ballot for your party, right? So, but with the military, it takes a lot of trust, because with military decisions, you don't have time to tell the population that there's this, you know, target that's done X, Y, and Z to the people in their country. We need to eliminate this threat before it materializes. Otherwise, you know, Americans could die. He just has to be able to make those decisions. And there has to be people willing to die for him, you know, his decision. So I would trust Kevin Samuels to make those decisions, is what I'm saying.
Let me ask you. I'm sorry, go ahead. I cut you off.
I'm not ex-military though, so I'm not like I don't like bore down into the politics behind our exploits in other countries.
Would Kevin Samuels have allowed entertainers, athletes to be openly disrespectful on Twitter, on Facebook, etc.? How do you think he would have handled those situations if he would have been president?
Disrespectful to him, or just in general, like
disrespectful to him in the same direction that people were disrespectful to our great dear leader Trump?
I think Kevin would have destroyed him.
I'm sorry, Amir. You over there goosing and giggling? What's so? I mean, did somebody tickle your feet with a feather? I mean, what's going? What are you goosing and giggling about?
She likes Trump, don't you?
Don't you like Trump, Amir?
I do, but you're true.
You vote for that senile 89-year-old fool Biden? What's so?
No, no. But you call Trump dear leader.
Isn't he not a dear leader?
Oh yeah, actually, I might remember talking on a show where Chaotic was. Were you anti-Trump on one?
I was never anti-Trump, sir.
Okay. Maybe you're on the panel when somebody was. Sorry.
Auntie J, you could definitely come back. I don't know what happened to you. Go ahead, but go ahead. Okay, she said she'll be back. Go ahead, Devil Advocate.
I think if he had absolute freedom, he would be able to destroy them, like with words, because his arguments are so sound. And he's so well-rounded. Kevin's not a guy that you can say something about and everyone points and laughs at him and he can't defend himself, you know? So I think it would, and he could end those kind of arguments in 2 or 3 tweets if he wanted to, but I think his PR team would kind of try and rein him back in and be like, all right, wait. We got to win over the older crowd, the conservatives. We can't be, you know, destroying people on Twitter as you know, try and maybe get him to, you know, rein him in a little bit. But go ahead.
I'm assuming, and thank you so much for saying that, and I totally forgot that maybe he would have had a PR team, but
yeah,
I'm assuming you are not a father.
No.
If you were a father, my good sir, your son, he's in the 4th grade, he comes home, he says, Dad, Devil's Advocate, assuming he calls you that, I have a history book, and we have to do a report on a man named Kevin Samuels. It's the year 2040 by now.
Okay.
What would you say to the school? Would you be down for this, or what do you say?
Nothing yet, because I don't know the way that their textbook or the teachers are trying to spin it. If he's in public school and we assume the worst and he's spun as some kind of villain or masochist or, like some kind of Hitler, I would do everything humanly possible I would work 20 extra hours a week. I'd drive for Lyft on weekends to get my kid into private school and protect his mind from that bullshit. Because I would want him growing up knowing, how to be a man and not to just demonize men who have spines like the system tends to do.
Go ahead, Amir. Get the floor.
That's so sweet, Cece. She says, chaotic, you have lovely smooth skin, by the way.
Thank you so much, CC. Positivity to you, and I hope all is well, and I'm sending out positivity to you and your family.
So yeah, I would if the worst happened and Kevin was being demonized, then that would tell me really all I need to know about that class or that system, and I would do whatever it took to get my kid out of there. That was working extra hours to put him in a different school or private school.
Devil's advocate, can I be chaotic with you?
Sure.
Can I go there? There's nobody in the back waiting right now, so you have all the time until somebody comes. Do you consider yourself black, or what do you consider yourself, like mixed, or it's really important that I'm asking you this for a reason. Go ahead.
I consider myself black. That's how I've been treated. We can argue about colorism and the extent to which I'm treated that way, but that's
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I feel comfortable in asking you this because you consider yourself a black man, and I'm clearly a black man.
Sure.
Do you believe, and this is not about the title, we're not talking about hypothetical this presidency anymore. We're talking about real world. Kevin Samuels passed away. It's been months, unfortunately. But do you believe his Trojan horse, and catch me and try to follow me on this one, do you believe his Trojan horse, his message, was really about black elitism? He never said, I don't think he ever said that out of his mouth, but it would appear that his talking points were very black elitist. Now, do you believe that, and do you support that? Keep it real.
Okay. First, I just want you to go into detail on elitism. Do you mean that he wants us to be better and more elite as a people, or are you saying that there are two different classes, the elites and the...
Correct. If you look at the elites of society, right? If you look at the politicians, if you look at the police chiefs, if you look at the people who control the military, I'm talking about the high levels, right? If you look at these Fortune 500 CEOs, they all have a certain type of grooming decorum. They speak really good. They dress really good for the most part. That is elite society to a degree. That's, do you believe he was trying to say that you all can have this same type of elite status if you just change the way you looked, if you change the way you talk, your behavior? And I feel like that was his real message, was black elitism. Like basically this thug culture, sagging of the pants, this ghetto hoochie mama culture, single baby mama culture. He really, if you really listen to him, and I didn't listen to all his live streams, but he talked so against that, and people will fight him tooth and nail. Like even that chick he said you're average at best, she didn't understand that. Listen, you have to change yourself and your mindset because you can't get a ball, or I think she wanted a ball player or something, because you're not an elite. You don't look like a black elite, like the way that her appearance was. What I'm saying is that, do you think that he was, and you don't have to echo chamber me, but do you think that he was trying to say that, hey man, blacks need to be elite? The way you smell, the way you look, the way you talk, your business practices.
Yeah. And he not only was saying it, he was being like a spitting image of the more of the men that he would like to see in society. He wanted people to dress better. He wanted people to dress better. His style was immaculate. He knew, I don't know. I know I have a lot of friends, ranging hobbies, but none of them knew like fragrances and suits and fashion the way he did. Granted, most of my friends are in their late 20s and 30s, and he's had an extra 20 years to get acquainted with that stuff. I mean, I think he was good at being the change he wanted to see in society. So like, I don't want to say any names, but we see regulars on these panels. Where if those people would be spouting what Kevin Samuels was saying, they wouldn't garner a following. It's like, what do you mean fragrances and dressing nice? You're in a beater, every time you come on.
Right.
So I think that, yes, he did want to push us to be more elite as a people, and he did a great job of exemplifying that through how articulate he was, how he was able to sit down with women who were, just the vitriol toward him would just be, they could be boiling over.
Yeah.
And they'd be lashing out at him, and he could just
devil's advocate.
Stay calm. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry for cutting you off.
No, you're good.
Do you know when I was teaching, I had black boys, students. They would fight me tooth and nail about when I used to say, you guys need to speak the Queen's English. They'd say, you trying to be white, CT. You trying to do this. And I'm like, if Ebonics was the superior lingua franca, then when you go and so if that was the superior language, then the elites would speak like that. The president, the senators, they don't speak Ebonics. Your Fortune 500 CEOs don't speak Ebonics. They couldn't grasp what I was saying. I was saying that your language, the way you're speaking, is not elite. It's gutter language. It's cool to talk like that when you're in a little garage and you're all hanging out, smoking weed and blah, blah, blah. That's fine. But when you enter into the dominant society, you should strive to speak like Queen Elizabeth. Now, of course, we don't speak like Queen Elizabeth, but that's what you should strive for, because that is elite, because that is the language of business. When people call me, I try to talk very, very proper, even too proper. And a lot of black people, especially back in the day, their mom would get to cussing you out as soon as somebody called. Oh, hello, yes, blah, blah. Their mom would start speaking like the queen.
Mm-hmm.
Am I lying, black people? Stop.
Yeah, no.
Amir, I don't know if you know about that, Amir. That's black culture.
I mean, we do that in Arabic
Like
culture too. We do the
my
same
friends'
thing.
houses, and their moms would talk like that. They be cussing us all out, acting a fool, fighting each other.
No, I've heard these conversations, Amira, and when you say Arabic culture, I don't think you get the scope of what some of the teachers in Minneapolis, where I'm at, or Chicago here. It's literally like he punched a kid in the face today, and when we tried to put him in timeout, he kicked me. And then you call the mom, and you just get cussed out 10 times worse. Like I've had friends that are teachers, and it's like, I think it's because they've been shielded from accountability more than most other generations before them. The first and second single mother generation with such large welfare states and liberalism, that of course they're going to shield their kids from any accountability. They don't know how not to, nothing's their fault.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
I have a bit of a question. This is going to be like, oh God, it's going to be considered a racist question.
Hold on for a second, Dub. Well, I'm going to bring you up. Go ahead, Dub. Go ahead, Amir.
Thank you.
Amir, if it's going to be a racist question, Amir, that means that you are kind of like low-key racist, and you're telling us you're racist. Go ahead. You got the floor.
Okay. Well, I don't know what to say anymore. Okay. The question is, I understand that devil's advocate, when Chaotic asked you, are you considered black, and you said yes.
Yeah.
My question is, oh God, here we go. Oh God, I can see the tomatoes coming in the chat already. Guys, my question to you is, when I look at you, Chaotic, I don't see black, but
whoa, stop.
Wait, I know, I'm not. Let me.
You say when you look at me, you don't see black?
Oh, I'm sorry, I meant devil's advocate.
So
when I say at you, when I look at devil's advocate, I don't see black. I see possibly, maybe a little bit, but mostly something else. And the reason I say this is because people from different countries, like in the Middle East, we're brown. There's a lot of us that are brown and what have you. But, so my question is this. How is it that I can see people who have the white aesthetic who actually look really white and they consider themselves black. But then I see in the black community, I have seen online where in the black community, they'll say, well, you're not really black, or you, I don't know. It's like, what is black and what would be considered black? If black people in America are so mixed with white, they're like 50% or more sometimes white. How do you still consider yourself black?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I guess the shortest answer would be because I would be treated like a black person, the white, you know, like the dominant, the powers that be. With segregation, I would have been with the blacks. The last 100 years, I would have been with the blacks. You know, you see people like I do have I don't have the nose, and I remember Jay Prince was like coming after me for that. And that's funny. He's like, everyone just wants to listen to you because you have European features. And I was like, I thought I'd made good points, but I guess if that's your theory. So I think first and foremost, it's because I'm treated like a minority. I mean, my mom was Latin and part French and Italian, and my dad is like South Carolina black descendant of slaves. So, and I wouldn't have gotten any credit for, especially if I spoke, you know, with the Bonics, like I wouldn't have gotten any credit for my whiteness if I was a mixed dude that spoke with the Bonics. You know, I'd had to be competent, and I would have to beat my white equals to get a shot, you know, the last 100 years. So,
but you were talking about a time when you were not born. That's a time when people are a lot more ignorant about race than they are today. Today we know a lot more.
I want to point out the fact that Amir is trying to convert devil's advocate to being a Arab. I just want to point that out. Go ahead.
I have not taken my
low key, like, take, you know.
I'm just saying, you look more like an Ali. You look more like Ali than devil's advocate. Ali is a good name for you. I mean, you can take it. Just change your name.
Would I make a good one?
I'm joking.
Here, Nasir.
I'm joking.
I want to point out that a normal man says, and salute to a normal man, positivity to you, sir, and I hope all is well with you and your family. A normal man says, CT is so black, he purple. You know how much I've heard that growing up. Salute to you, though, a normal man. And I love the summertime where I can get crispy black. Devil's advocate, sir, when I see you, sir, I see a human being, a part of the human race.
Oh, God.
Here go Amir. Go ahead, Amir. You get mad when I say the Jews are the chosen race. Now you're getting mad at him saying that he looks like just a human being. What more did you got to say, Amir? Go ahead.
Because that's nonsense. How can you say the Chinese are the God chosen people, and then you say,
how is it? Okay, then who is God's chosen people, Amir?
Good people, good righteous people are God's chosen people.
And on that note, thank you so much, Devil's Advocate. Let me bring up another caller. Thank you so much, my good sir.
Thank you, Devil's Advocate.
Yeah. Devil's Advocate made a lot of damn sense. Jared said Arabs are counted as whites in America, and they act like it. Look it up. Well, Arabs generally are white people. They're just white people who are super religious, in my opinion.
Well, we're from the Caucasus. We're from the Caucasus area, which is the originators. Yeah, it's the original white people are from Middle East. Yes, but I don't consider myself white.
Yeah, so. That's awesome. That's awesome. If you could change your race, what would you change it to, Amir?
If I could change to another race, I would probably be Latina.
Okay, Japanese for me. Thank you so much, Amir, for answering that.
Yeah, because you think they're the chosen people.
Well, I mean, just look at their culture, look at their cities. Dub Will, what's up, man? How you doing, sir? Are you a trucker? I didn't know you. Dub Will, you're not a trucker, are you?
I drive a truck for work, but I would not be qualified as a trucker. How's my audio? Can y'all hear me good?
It sounds really good, sir. Did you have Wi-Fi in your company truck?
No, I'm using just my regular service.
Oh, well, you have excellent service, sir. It must be from the future. Sir, I want to say positivity to you, sir. I'm sending it out to you and your family. I also want to say thank you, sir, for being the lifeblood of our culture by supplying. I'm assuming you are supplying supplies, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, something like that. You don't have to go into detail, but thank you so much, sir, for making our country what it is, a first world country. The buying and selling of goods is the very foundation of our country. If it was not for people like you, sir, we would be living in Mogadishu, Somalia. Now, let me ask you this. I shouldn't have said that. Dub Will, let me ask you a question, sir. Kevin
Well, let me say
Samuels.
hello. I didn't say hello. Hello, CT. Hello, Amir. How are you doing?
We're doing awesome. Well, I'm doing awesome. I don't know what Amir is doing. Uh,
Amir got triggered by that chosen people line.
because she wants me to say Arabs are the chosen people. That's why. I bet if I say
Maybe
Arabs
they
are the
are. I
chosen
don't know.
people, she has a
It's
smile.
not. It's stupid to make it racial. I don't think you should make it racial because God doesn't see race. I don't believe because why would He see you by your race and say, "Oh, your race is a chosen person"? That doesn't make any sense.
Go ahead. Nevertheless, though, Kevin Samuels was a very polarizing figure. Um, do you believe that he would have made an excellent U.S. president? Keep it real.
Well, I want to look at this from a different angle. The fact that he was single and was not married, had been divorced. Do you think that would have negatively impacted him being elected in the first place?
100%.
So, if he was in office, do I think he had the temperament? Had the Kevin Samuels? He really had like a nobility about him. He was kind of regal. You know what I'm
He
saying?
did. He did. Go
So
ahead.
I think he would have. I think he would have. From a, I don't know about his policies and what his political beliefs were. He never really talked about that. But I think that he would have represented the country well. However, I do think that America is so shallow politically, especially when it comes to the political. The presidential side of things, that he wouldn't have gotten elected in the first place.
Mm. If you had a Martin Luther King textbook and a Kevin Samuels textbook, sir, which one would you give to your son?
Kevin Samuels.
Oh, why? Why is that? Why is that?
No disrespect to Martin Luther King, and no,
Right.
the sacrifices that he made. I mean, he did take a bullet for his cause. I just don't think that integration was the fight that should have been taken up.
I don't think so either.
Equality under the law, absolutely. Equal services for equal tax dollars, absolutely. But forced integration, um, getting beat upside the head because I want to go sit somewhere where I'm not wanted, absolutely not. I would never teach my children that. If you're not wanted somewhere, then you don't need to be there. And go where you're wanted and go where you're welcome. And integration also really destroyed the black economy, if you want to keep it real.
It did. It did destroy the black economy. From what I've read in history, and I'm a student of Negro studies, which is what a lot of people say Black foundational American, yada, yada, yada. Blacks had their own baseball leagues, own basketball leagues. Communities would just, there was you had your own tailors, et cetera, own banks. And the blacks,
You actually had a community.
I actually had a community. And even to the point where they even dealt with their own justice in the community too, like their own security, this, that, and the other. But blacks thinking the white man's water is cold and ice is colder, wanted to go over to the white man. And I can't blame the white man by saying, "Hey, look, man, this is for whites only." Can you blame him? I mean, it should have been like that back in the day for everybody. But that's what the fight that he was fighting, man. And it did destroy those businesses. It destroyed the Negro leagues. Amir, are you familiar with the Negro League? Who was your favorite team in the Negro Leagues, Amir? Keep it real.
I don't know any of the names, but I knew that you did have it.
Me neither. I don't know any names either. But nevertheless, it did destroy the Negro League.
The Homestead Grays, I believe, was one of them.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Yeah.
Josh Gibson was. I don't know if they kept up the records of it, but it's believed that he hit 800 home runs in his career. So
800 home runs.
Look him up, Josh Gibson. He was known as the Black Babe Ruth. He hit over 800 home runs in his career.
And the Negro League was up to par with the MLB to an extent. So it was almost on the same competition level.
Talent-wise, absolutely.
Yeah, talent-wise.
But if you look I think Jackie Robinson integrated in like the late 40s.
I thought it was. Oh, okay. I think it's the 40s then. Yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah, late 40s, something like that. But anyway, if you look at the players that came after him, like the Hank Aaron's, the Willie Mays', the Satchel Pages, a lot of those guys played in the Negro Leagues. And so they were able to come over and dominate MLB as well. So that just goes to show you the talent level that was in the Negro Leagues.
If Kevin Samuels was president, would he have been a figure for, you already said your son, but would he have been an influential figure for blacks to look up to? Considering that he was a pure black foundational black, not like an Obama who quote unquote was a tether like you people like calling me and other people. But would he have been a black like, damn, he's like one of us. He's a foundational. He can trace his ancestry back to slavery. He's like one of us. Go ahead.
Sounds good, but no, because black people. What? I'm getting an echo. Is that me?
No, but I do have to ask Amir a question. Amir, have you dozed off? Are you staring into space? What's going on over there?
No, I'm sitting here thinking about what this word tether is.
Okay, I'm thinking about what it was too. People call us that all the time, but go ahead.
Have you seen that movie called Us by Jordan Peele? Yeah, I can't look at you. I'm looking at the road, so I.
Oh, pardon me. Yes, I did see it. I do believe I saw it like a long time ago.
Yeah, that there's a, without giving away the movie if people haven't seen it. Basically, a tether is someone that looks like you but is not you. And I'm just defining it. I don't really care about the whole tether thing. So basically, people who are like chaotic, or people who are immigrants, black immigrants, or the children of black immigrants are called tethers because they look like foundational black Americans and are supposedly taking positions that black Americans are supposed to have. And so they're called tethers.
Now, I want to point this out, Dub Will.
What's up?
And rest in peace to Nipsey Hussle.
I know where you're going.
Black people never say anything about Nipsey being a tether. We all love Nipsey. Oh, I'm still hurt by his death.
I wasn't a fan. When I said a fan, I wasn't familiar with his music up until like his official solo album right before he died. Yeah. I liked it, but that's a great point. But I because if you look at what he was doing, if he was a Nigerian or if he was
Eritrean.
No, I'm saying, but if he was if he was a darker complected black person, and was not in hip hop, he would be called a tether. But he was not a foundational black American.
Nope. And the fact is
that's Arab. He's Arab then.
Yeah, he was East African.
Let me get Amir.
That's Arab.
If we're gonna love Nipsey, which we all do, then love everybody who has a parent or two parents from the motherland. So I don't like that picking and choosing. Because then if you're gonna talk about tethers, then you're talking about Nipsey then, and you sure not gonna talk about Nipsey. So go ahead, sir. You got the floor. Dub, but go ahead. You're going.
Black people are fickle. We know how that goes. Am I breaking up now?
Kind of breaking up. Go ahead, though. Can you hear me? Now, Cain the Conqueror. Go ahead, Dub. You got the floor, man. You're breaking up a little bit, but go ahead, sir.
No, I'm saying black people are fickle. We know how that goes. Like, if one standard is you're a tether, but if we like you, then we adopt you in. So it's kind of hard. I don't even pay attention a lot of times to what black people in general got to say because we talk out of both sides of our mouths, unfortunately.
Wait, Chaotic, why are you mad at me when I say that Nipsey Hussle is Arab?
I'm not mad at you at all. I was just joking around. I mean, it could be argued that East Africa has a very heavy Arab influence, especially Somalia, places like that.
Sudan,
of course, Sudan. And,
Algeria.
Algeria. Oh, of course, Algeria, Morocco, etc. Yeah, absolutely. No, I wasn't mad at all. It's the truth.
But they're really Arab. They speak Arabic in that country as well. Eritrea, they speak Arab. So
yeah, I know. I trust me. I know. I've been around Eritreans. Yeah, it used to be Ethiopia. Yeah, I know all about Eritrea. Not all about it, but I know. I'm very familiar with the country. Dub Will. Let's see. Would Kevin Samuels have made a great president in terms of dealing with foreign policy?
Based on is my mic better now? Does I sound better now?
It's fine. You're fine. Go ahead, sir. You're fine.
Based on his willingness to tell the truth to people's faces, I think so.
Awesome. Okay. Do you think he would have? I'm sorry. Go ahead. If
you look at how black women are pandered to a lot of times by black men because of a lot of times black men are afraid of I don't know if it's afraid or don't want to deal with the backlash for telling black women the truth. A lot of times he did that no problem, and he didn't care about what people thought, the repercussions. He said the truth, and he told the truth. It wasn't like he was lying. He told the truth. And so I think I think he would have been able to sit across from someone like a Putin or someone like a I can't remember the name, but the Kim family in North Korea. Sit across them, look them squarely in the eye, and tell them what was what. That's just my opinion.
Dub Will, thank you so much, sir. It's a little bit choppy. I'm gonna be up here for a while. I don't know how long Amir will be up here, but please come back. I might do a panel, sir. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Yeah, I agree with Dub Will. I believe that Kevin Samuels definitely would have had the ability to sit across anybody, considering the fact that he had an incredible platform. I want to point out that Russell Sharp says CT, Ethiopia, they have black Jews, and they are also Jewish. Those are not the real Jews, my good sir. Nevertheless, thank you, sir, for writing that, and thank you so much for being a member of the channel. Nevertheless,
well, they do say, I'm sorry, Chaotic, can I add something really quickly before you continue?
Oh, absolutely, go ahead.
They do say that a lot of the Jews migrated down through the Red Sea down to Ethiopia when something happened, when some kind of a war happened in Jewland. But what do you think about that? That it is possible that they were originated in Jewland.
Okay, well, let me ask you a question. Do you believe that the Nation of Islam Muslims are the original Muslims?
Of course not. I don't even consider them Muslim. I mean, I don't really consider them Muslim.
So they're not Muslims, but the Jews in Ethiopia are real Jews.
Well, the difference would be like if, let's say there's some Arabs that came from Saudi Arabia and they moved to America, would you still say that they're Saudis? They're Saudis. Even though they live in a different place, they're still Saudi.
Okay. Well, we can agree.
What do you think about that?
I'm
curious.
I don't believe that the Jews in Ethiopia are real Jews compared to the Jews that are in Israel. I don't believe that. I've never have believed that. I think that they have, just like the Somalis are not real Arab Muslims. That culture was implanted there. That's just the truth. They're not the original. It's the truth.
So, I agree, because I don't think that Jewish is really, you should be a race and religion at the same time. Just because you're the same religion doesn't make you that race.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
Okay, awesome. Who else is in the back real quick? Let me see who's back here. Let me see. I want to point out that Empress Queen Adira says the NOI is not the original. Jared says the Quran says that Desert Arab is the biggest of hypocrites. Now, I don't know anything about that. Jay Speed says DNA say that they are the original from Abraham. Y'all trying to say that the Russian Jews are the original Jews. Pride Jesse says CT is messy. Prince says, who are the real Jews then? The Israelites are the real Jews, sir. Let me see.
Well, actually, the people who are in Israel now were planted there. We know that from other places that they got booted from. So I wouldn't say that the Israelites right now are the real Jews, but the people who originated there, who were there before the people who got banned from other countries were planted there, are the real ones. Now, what do they look like? No idea. But I doubt that they are Ethiopian looking. I doubt that.
I'm saying they said do your research.
Okay. I could care less, honestly, but
Russell says CT, y'all lying. Israeli have imported them to Israeli. Y'all don't know history. Well, Russell, please feel free to come up and enlighten us, because if you don't know history, I would love to know this. Let me see.
The people. That's why there's so much fighting, chaotic, between the Israelis of today and the Arabs, because these people, we don't know where these people came from. These people just showed up and said, "Oh, we are Israelis, and we deserve this land," and that's why Israel keeps growing in size. Well, Palestine and bordering countries keep getting smaller.
Amir, do you believe that? So we've been talking about Kevin Samuels for the past 2.5 hours. Uh, was there any other figure in Black history that you can recall within the last 25 years that was just as polarizing?
I mean, I other than Trump.
Black person, black.
Oh, I'm sorry, Black. Malcolm X would
25
be
years. I'm talking about the last 25 years.
last 25 years.
Mm-hmm.
Tommy Sotomayor.
Oh, good, 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 good.
Yeah, Tommy Sotomayor, and uh, I don't think I know. I mean, that's a question that just been thrown on me, so I didn't get a chance to think about it. But the first person that comes to mind is Tommy.
Kang the Conqueror says the Nigerians are late with my Uber Eats order. Um, Kang the Conqueror. Nigeria is an emerging market. It's a part of the G20. Um, Nigerians go all over the planet and become doctors, become lawyers, become, you already know, entrepreneurs. Because one of your Uber Eats driver is Nigerian does not mean that Nigerians are all Uber Eats drivers. Nigerians have a stereotype or a reputation, even in America, of being doctors. A lot of East Indian moms tell their kids, "You're going to go to medical school and become a Nigerian." See, that's the joke. See, it came to conquer you. It's fine that you can say whatever you want to say, but that is the joke. You're going to go to medical school to become a Nigerian. See, so what you're saying, Kang the Conqueror, again, you may have one or two Uber Eats drivers that is Nigerian, but I bet you that Nigerian who's dropping off your food is studying to become uh, a lawyer or a nurse or something like that. Do you want to broach that, Amir?
I didn't know that was supposed to be offensive. That a Nigerian is driving Uber. I mean, we don't know what his other job is because
Exactly.
most people who drive, they also. I mean, I know people who are lawyers who do Uber on the side, just to make extra money or what have you. I mean, not lawyers, pardon. Paralegals, legal assistants, people who do other jobs. I mean, people just do things on the side as well. What do they call it? Second hustle, side hustle. So I don't understand what the insult is there. That he's working. He's working hard. What's the problem with working?
Exactly.
I don't know.
Jared says the Arabs of the desert are the worst in unbelief and hypocrisy and most fitted to be ignorant of the oh man, come on with all this. Listen, Jared, let's be honest. Every day you wake up, you go to the Arab corner store, you go to the Arab gas station, and you give the Arab your black dollars. So now you're gonna be offended because Amir is talking, and let's cut the hypocrisy, sir. You know you support the Arab, sir, every single day. So you don't have to say all that. Amir, you want to broach that?
They're in Arabia before all the division and it came into different countries and so on. In Arabia, the tribes were very, very awful people. They were awful people, and we called it the time of the Jahiliyyah. The Jahiliyyah Arabs were ignorant. They were brutal. They were savage-like, and so yeah. I mean, but that's not what it is now. So I don't know. I don't know what's the point of bringing it up right now. I'm not sure.
Let me see. I want to point out that a lot of people are saying Tommy Sotomayor is the man. Mahogany says my biggest issue with the Bible was racist. I don't want to be grafted like some bastard son. One race is better than the other. No, okay, I don't know. But thank you so much, Mahogany. Auntie J, what's up? Do you believe that Kevin Samuels would have made an excellent president? Salute to you. Positivity is definitely coming your way and to your family. How are you doing?
Okay.
You're on mute, Auntie J.
Hi, how are you both doing?
Pretty good.
Thank you.
Before I answer the question, I want to say this to you, Chaotic.
Yes.
You are one of the most charismatic
Thank you so much.
commentators that I've seen in this space. I ain't lying.
Thank you so much.
I'm generation that left y'all out there to figure it out. So, and y'all doing a great job. Y'all doing a great job. Like, knowledge is just intriguing to me when I hear it coming from the youth. Am I talking too slow?
No, you're good. I see you blueprint. No, you're good. You're good. You're good. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, and the question is, yes, I think he would have made a great president, and I'm gonna tell you why.
Mm-hmm.
Because wait a minute, he would have made a great
You want to
because
take that and call us back, or are you good?
no, he would have made a great president to me because first of all, he was consistent with his information.
Mm.
He didn't falter or waver. It was what it was. You know what I'm saying? And at first I had to, when I watched him, I was like, damn, he brutal. But it's true. And we as African Americans, for some reason, we do not like to hear the brutal truth. We don't want to hear the truth. We rather fest in a lie. And I don't know why it's like that. And MLK, to me, they should have left his ass, excuse my language, they should have left him where he was. Because he helped us, but he hurt us too. I mean, no disrespect. To me, he hurt us. Why couldn't you just leave us where we were over here with ours, they over there with theirs? We shall overcome. No, we didn't. Did we overcome yet? Did we overcome?
I mean, I never was undercome, so I don't know what.
Right.
I don't know what.
That's
Yeah,
what I'm saying.
yeah.
And these
Amir,
are
when I
the
was,
type of,
I'm
go
sorry.
ahead, baby.
No, you got. No, you. I don't want you to finish. I'm sorry. I cut you off. Go ahead.
These are the type of songs they had us singing in school, which is a shame. And it's sort of like a programming of your mind. Like they programmed our minds back there from the slavery background. And we weren't even slaves. That's the truth.
Auntie J, when I was a little kid in school, I remember it like it was yesterday. I had to be like 5 or 6 years old. Amir and Auntie J. They had
Right,
us
baby.
singing. They had us hold each other. You know, we're all like little. I'm holding. You know, we're our little hands holding each other. We were all in
Right.
little circles. So we shall.
I told you. I
No, no,
told you.
and my mom and people, and there were kids, parents that were saying, "Don't ever have my son or daughter singing that nonsense." Oh, they were pissed. This was the late '80s.
Your generation.
This is way
Your
before you were born.
generation. Your generation. Let me tell you something.
I'm like, what did we overcome? I'm
I'm
sorry.
here. How are you? How are you, baby?
Hi, Auntie J.
I see you guys in the back, Blueprint and Kenshin. Go ahead.
You all's generation just tore it up, exposing all the wickedness and the wicketry for what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Our generation, we relaxed. We know. We don't care. We're uninterested. But now I care. I've been caring that for about, I say about 20 years because I'm 58. And I care. And I spread it. I be like, they lied to us. They
I'm so
lied.
happy that we're making you proud.
Yes, I am. I am so proud. My daughters included, because she's on that stature. But you smart and everything, and I give her that. But you ain't wiser than me. You know, because you try to tell your mom what to do and what. Now, chaotic. You be giving your mom suggestions. So, and I can appreciate that. So, Kevin Samuels, R.I.P. He was a good man from what I could see and listening to him. And I just think, his death was just like so sudden. So that put me in the mindset of shit. You have to appreciate every day above ground. And when you're young, you don't see it like that. You think you have forever. I know, because I've been young. But time just keep on ticking. Yesterday I was 28. Today I'm 58. You can do it within your own self, right? Yeah, yesterday you was in college. Now you on YouTube, have your own business, entrepreneur, everything. You see what I'm saying? But there were steps you took in you both took in getting and obtaining the things that you had. Right, Chaotic?
I think his camera has frozen a little bit. Up, he's back now. He's having a little trouble
Yeah,
with it.
it's good. I think. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Auntie J. Go ahead. You got the floor.
And that's what I wanted to say that because I'm always gonna give honor where honor is due. I give you honor, Chaotic.
Oh, thank you
You're
so
a
much.
man, and I appreciate you, Amir. I've seen you on other panels. I think that I appreciate what you bring to the table as well.
I
And that's
appreciate
what I
it.
think.
Thank you, Auntie J.
Thank you
I'm
so
a pretty,
much.
yeah, I'm a
Thank
pretty
you,
go.
TJ.
Thank you
You
so
like
much.
my personality, chaotic?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. That's why I was happy when you came over to the channel the last time. Thank you so much, and please come back.
I fell asleep, chaotic. I am so sorry.
Nah, you
I,
good.
I was like, damn, I fell asleep on chaotic. And I never got a chance to humbly apologize. Really,
Oh
no
no, you
shade.
just no, it was late. No, it's fine. It's totally fine. Thank you so much.
Yeah. And I appreciate you all bringing forth the good news and the truth and the knowledge. I be listening. I don't even be writing like that. I be listening. I don't be writing like that in your chat. I be listening. And sometimes I don't want to write. I want to listen. But I write
Mm.
too. Did you see what I wrote you when I
Mm-mm.
did you
Oh, in the back. Let me see.
in the
Do you want me to
front?
read it to you, Chaotic?
Yeah, send it to me real quick because I don't see it.
It's in the
I don't
front,
see.
Oh, in the
Oh, it's
front.
in the
Okay.
front.
not the back. When I first got on and I had to leave and come back.
Okay. Yeah,
Without
we're gonna try to find it then. But thank you so much. Oh,
yes,
okay. Thank you so
and
much.
and
Hmm.
I pray for you all continued success, the horizons, and whatever you want, you can reach out and get it.
I mean, thank you.
We paved the way a little bit, but we still left y'all out here to figure it out. I keep telling people in my generation, they already figured it out. They don't need that. If they don't, stop trying to give them that old bullshit you should have been told them. They don't want to hear it. They have figured it out. They exposing people and some more shit. Things we didn't do. And they not even doing it with a leader. It's individually so that they're doing it, but it's like a collaboration or a collage because each one of you brings some more knowledge and more knowledge to the damn place. I be sucking it all. I get full. This is my hobby when I'm out, when I finish work. I have my own small business, my husband and I, and we're doing really well. Like,
Awesome.
so
That's
sometimes, you know how it works, contract,
Oh,
it
absolutely.
gets
good
hectic
job,
sometimes.
Mr.
Thank you so
But
much,
yeah,
and
and that's what
please.
I wanted to say. And we started out with, like, he's like, you have to have a lot of money to get married. I've been married 19 years, almost 20. No, you don't. He only had $500.
Congratulations.
Okay, you hear me? But
Hmm.
that's not now. If you can't grow with the person you with, that might not be a person for you.
Absolutely.
Thank y'all again so much for having me. And I
Thank you so
appreciate
much.
it.
Thank you,
Absolutely.
Auntie J.
And to come back, please. Peace.
I
Bye.
definitely will. So I know you're gonna say good things about me.
Oh, absolutely. Of course. Of course. Thank you so much. And
Yeah.
please come over to my channel tonight at 8:30. Thank you so much.
Okay. What is the topic?
Tonight I'm going to be talking about our dear great leader Donald Trump.
Let me tell you something. I will vote for him before I vote for any of them. I ain't know
Yeah.
if you not good, you not good. And
Mm,
anyway, nobody cares about good. It's about great. Anybody can be good, right or wrong.
that's true.
Anybody
Right?
can be good. It's the great ones we remember. And that's just what it is.
Thank you so
Do
much.
if you want, yeah,
Thank
if
you,
you
Miss.
want to be remembered, make sure you do something for someone to remember.
Oh
That's
yeah.
all.
Thank you.
All right, baby. Y'all have a great rest. I'll see you at 8 o'clock.
Absolutely.
Thank
Thank you
you,
so
Miss
much.
Auntie J.
Uh Kenshin, you were up next. You came earlier. Your phone's a
Uh,
little bit choppy. What's up, Amir? You about to say something?
yeah, my AirPods are dying, so I need to charge them for at least like 5-10 minutes, and I'll be back.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. All right, I'll be back.
Hmm.
Bye.
What's up, Kenshin? You're on mute. You're on mute, sir. Sir, you're on mute. I got to get you up out of here. You want to come back?
Good day. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. What's going
Can you
on?
hear me?
Yeah, what's going on?
All right. Good afternoon. I think my internet is a little lagging, but I just wanted to say I appreciate you for having this platform.
Hmm.
What I learned from Mr. Samuels, I really never watched him like that, but when I did, I learned about color purple, the perception of that, I learned about Birth of America. I learned several things. I learned about the Christian dating community and how um, everything was tied to really getting married, and it was never really a
So you
boyfriend
want to take that?
girlfriend thing.
You want to take that call real quick, sir?
Pardon me?
You want to take that call? It's some noise in the background. You want to take that?
No, that's not my call. That's someone else next. That's a car next to me. But yeah, it stopped now. So the thing is, the question I have to ask is,
Yeah.
All of the things that are just like, it's when you think of it as a Christian dating and what Mr. Samuels talked about, everything was from a standpoint of what is required from a woman. And when I think of it now, the question has to be asked, chaotic, is God red pill? Because my thing is, we have give me a moment there.
Okay, I'm gonna put you in the back. Blueprint, what's up, man?
All right, man. Let me give y'all a history lesson. I see that y'all need it.
Before you give us a history lesson, do you think Kevin Samuels would have made a great president?
No.
Okay. Let me ask you another question, sir. Do you think that he is a man to be emulated?
Yeah, man, to be emulated. But
okay,
you said,
go ahead. You got the floor.
You said president, though, right?
Mm-hmm. I'm listening. Go ahead, sir.
All right. Relationships and presidents, two different things.
Mm-hmm.
One. For two, I'm the one that put up that Jews in Ethiopia.
The Jews in Ethiopia? Okay, what about them?
Yeah, hold on. Now, in the west of Africa, the Arabs slaved the blacks in the east of Africa, Mozambique, Kenya, Tanzania, places like that, and up north. All right, on the west, we was already, well, you could say we was at war, so we was already slave. So when the Europeans came over with guns and stuff, the ones that was in power, they traded the slave that they had to the white man.
I say you free as the great. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, Blueprint. I apologize. Go ahead, sir.
So that's why we here in America. For us, the greatest black man in America, it was only two. Well, it was only three. It was only three. That was Marcus Garvey, Martin Luther King, and Malcolm X. Okay. Now, the problem that the black man got with the black woman is really boiled down to one thing, Kiara, is his kids. That's really what it boiled down to. If you really look at the whole thing, it boiled down to the kids. I think when a black man get married, he should get like a prenup that him and his woman get a divorce, he get the kids. And other than that, everything else will be solved.
Sir, I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at this comment, and I shouldn't be looking at the comments while you're talking because
Oh, it's all good.
Reddy says that is it
Uber passenger.
He said his Uber passenger was calling to see why his car stopped. Reddy, I would have kicked you out the studio, man. You've been trolling all day, but go ahead, sir. That was absolutely funny.
Yeah, but that's my belief on that whole matter. That ain't too many black men that are financially literate, because it basically take you 10 years to become a millionaire.
It takes you 10 years to become a millionaire?
Yeah, to become a millionaire.
If
you're financially, hold on. If you're financially literate, you got to be financially literate.
Yeah.
And do your homework and your research, and it shouldn't take no more than 10 years to become a millionaire.
Absolutely.
Now, when it comes to this man versus woman thing, only reason why those guys going overseas or wherever they going is because black women want to go to the club and party. They don't want to raise the kids. You know what I'm saying? Not the majority of them, but enough of them. Number two is black men love their kids. If they could get their kids at the end of when you see that baby mama, baby daddy drama going on, that's mostly about the kids. You know what I mean? Listen to Jay Prince talk about how much he loves his kids. You think most black men don't love their kids? Look at Kanye West. See how he was acting about his kids?
Mm.
So, the proof in the pudding, it's all about kids, man. You know, if black men got to take anything back, they got to take their kids back.
Okay. Okay. Well, I don't have any children, sir, but I do agree with what you're saying.
Okay, so if you and your wife got a divorce, who would take the kids? You think you would have had a kid?
Well,
or she would have a kid?
Well, I would want to be in my children's life every single day because I grew up with both my parents, and the idea of not seeing my kids, I could have imagined not seeing my mother and father every day as a child up until like 10 or 11. Now, when you get about 14, you don't really want to see these motherfuckers every single day. But when you're a little child, I would, even if my wife did take the kids, I would be at the house I would be over there every single day. I would have to see them every single day.
Yeah, but that's what the problem is, though. Okay, I think it's about the kids. A lot of this stuff is about kids.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. All these women want the kids. They want child support. All this. Well, just get a man the kids. They'll say they do, but they really don't.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. You got to look at it from a whole. You can't look at it simple-minded now. You got to look at it from a whole. You know what I'm saying. Most black men love their kids, and when them women take their kids, some of them lose it. You know what I'm saying. So it's really what a marriage is for to get a woman safety and security, and to get a man discipline and vision. You know what I mean? Absolutely. That's what a family for. But now you hear these women with kids say they're a family. You're not no family. You're a woman with kids.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Blueprint.
Yeah, but when it comes to that West Africa and East Africa and North Africa, that's really what happened.
Okay.
The Arabs came from up north.
Which coast of Africa do you think is superior? Do you think the West Africans are superior to the East Africans?
Neither one of them.
Oh, okay.
I would go more like South Africa. You know what I'm saying? Their history is more like.
Okay.
Yeah, I would go more to South Africa because their history more. Now, if I had a superior, I would say Uganda, Zimbabwe, Rwanda. I would consider them more superior because they never sold none of their peoples.
Okay. Well, Blueprint, thank you so much, man. I got other callers.
Let me ask you one more thing. Now they've been fighting in Congo for 30 years, right?
Yeah.
They don't make no guns or nothing in Congo. So who been supporting that for the last 30 years?
I have no idea, sir. I mean, after Lumumba was assassinated and Mobutu pretty much stifled all the resources and stole the money. I mean, Congo's an absolute mess. I mean, you got...
Yeah, but they got all the resources, chaotic.
Well, I mean, they've had all the resources for 2 or 3 millennia. I mean, that's their fault.
Yeah, but who's supplying them the weapons?
Sir, now, Blueprint, you asked me a question, right? And I'm trying to answer you, okay? It doesn't matter who is supplying the Congolese with weapons, sir. They have always been at war. They've never nationalized their resources. They never did anything with the Congo. The Congo had rubber, it had coltan, it had all types. It had tree. I mean, for God's sakes, man, it has some of the most abundant water sources on the planet. They never did anything with the place. So who's supplying them with guns now, whether it's their former colonists, which was the Belgium, or I believe, or I don't know who's supplying them with weapons, sir. But what I can tell you is that I don't give excuses for the Congo, and I never have. I dated Congolese women. They taught me a little bit of Lingala, but I never gave them excuses when I used to have debates with them. I'm like, no, your country is a mess because you killed. Not they did because they weren't even born, but you killed one of the greatest black men in the history of the human race, which was Patrice Lumumba. So your country deserves everything that you get now. Absolutely. Patrice Lumumba was the greatest black man that ever lived, in my opinion. And you killed him.
He was a Pan-African too.
So whatever happens to Congo, that's what you get. You get the shit that's going on now. So forget you. So that's that.
So you cold. Yeah. You cold, man.
And you let that bug-eyed Mobutu steal all the money, and look what he did to the country. So that's what you get. So whoever's supplying them with guns doesn't matter. So hey, man.
Go ahead. Well, he ran the Swiss with the money, but he ain't never made no.
He took his black ass right to a white country like most black people do. He stole all that money, and that's what they get because they allowed it. Yep. And same thing happened in Burkina Faso. So what time is saying?
So you basically what you're saying, they run back to their colonizer once they get the money.
They run right back to the colonizer with all that money, living around, and they love living around white folk. They love white. They love seeing white women running outside with bikinis on with little dogs. Absolutely. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
I hate when they be talking about, well, we superior. No, you're not. Ain't no human on earth superior to no other human. Everybody eat shit and die. And when you drive by the graveyard, don't nobody get to take no money, no nothing with them.
Thank you so much, sir.
All right.
Absolutely. Prince Sama says, I agree, CT. Lumumba was one of my heroes. Yeah, Patrice Lumumba, in my opinion, was the greatest black man that had ever lived in the history of mankind. Frizz the Great, man. What's up, man? Frizz the Great, let me ask you a question, sir. If you had the opportunity to drop kick a statue, would it be a Kevin Samuel statue or a Rodney King statue? Keep it real.
A Rodney King statue.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, sir. You got the floor. With Kevin
I
Samuel.
thought the question. Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought the question was, do you think Kevin Samuels would be a great president?
I do. Do you think? Do you think Kevin Samuels would have been a great president? Keep it real.
Absolutely. He tried to bring back the beauty of a black relationship. Where it's like less than cosmetic. And
go ahead.
Financial stability. He actually exposed a great truth that black men can love, black men respect their women, and black men love their kids. So, like, to me, and at 42, to say that man was a role model, that man was nothing but a role model to me. He even when he was criticizing men, and I started listening to it. Hey, yo, you know what? Let me up my smell good game. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Let me work on myself.
Yes,
too.
sir.
Let me work on my physical fitness and everything. So I don't think that we can ever give that man, God bless his soul, the proper appreciation that he deserved, because he just did so much for the black culture. And like and sometimes when you form chaos, when you introduce the world to a little bit of chaos, a new order will come. And that's what's it's so sad that he and I never had a chance to go on the shows. I tried a couple of times.
He didn't really the women had became his sole fan, his core fan base, so he only really allowed them up. Let me ask you this, sir. It doesn't look like you have any children, but if you had a son, do you have any children, sir?
No, sir.
Yeah. If you had a son and he came home and said, Dad, I got to do a book report on Kevin Samuels, what would you say, sir?
First, I would say, son, in order for you to know that man, you should watch all his videos. Then you should go to men.
I see you in the back, Nathan. Hold tight, okay?
Then you should go to men that
yeah
overcame being normal.
Yes, sir.
And talk to them to understand what it took for him to push that narrative.
Yes,
and
sir.
Respect his integrity and his courage for him to speak that level of truth at these times.
How do you think his foreign policy would have been?
I must admit, I think he probably would have held China accountable for COVID, or you know what I mean? Because let's be honest, if it came from there, it came from there, and we're suffering because it came from there. Even if it was just like some type of financial relief, because we owe China a great deal of money. How he would interact with Africa, southern countries, or Northern Africa would have been interesting, because he would have understood what political leaders are just voices and what political leaders have agendas that are good for their people. I don't think he would have gave two fucks about what's going on with Russia and Ukraine. You know what I'm saying? But as far as China and Thailand, I don't know. But I believe that he would try to make the tax relief for the American the businesses that reside in America more than the businesses that reside outside of America through low tax rates of import export.
Okay. Frizz the Great, I'm gonna do a panel in 10 minutes. I'm gonna bring up one more caller. I would like for you to stay in the back and you can join the panel. And thank you so much, sir.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely.
Absolutely. Ash, thank you so much for becoming a member of the channel. Guys, please hit the the super chats, the cash apps. Please support the channel as much as possible, guys. You guys are an incredible group. Let's see here. I want to point out, guys, that news has just come in that Gorbachev, the former Soviet Union leader, has passed away. He was 91. If anybody remembers him, he was 91. There's a story, I think it was him, that he had went to the White House and he had got really intoxicated and he was walking around DC naked. It was really weird. Ash says CT Kevin Samuels believed in Black excellence and was a great mentor for Black men striving and being about their purpose. Kevin Samuels was a true American patriot. Salute to you, Ash. Thank you for becoming a member and thank you for your comment. And he definitely was. And I will be doing a panel for the last hour of the show. Nathan, salute to you, sir. Are you a coach for the Oklahoma Sooners?
Good afternoon. No, I'm not a coach.
Okay.
Can you hear me well?
I can hear you well. Did you play football for them?
No, I didn't. I'm an Alabama fan. Football.
Okay. Yes, Alabama. Yes, sir. Let me ask you a question, sir. Do you believe that Kevin Samuels was preaching Black excellence, or not Black excellence, but Black elitism, and that was his Trojan horse?
I feel that he was.
Go ahead, sir.
Now the question, to answer the question the main question, do I feel that Kevin Samuels will be a
good
president? No, he wouldn't.
Go ahead. Tell me why, sir. Go ahead.
You got to know how to play the game to be a president. I don't think he really knew how to play the game. I don't think he really focused on playing the game. I think he called a spade a spade. People like that don't really fare too well as a president, unless you're Donald Trump. Obama knew how to play the game real well. We know that.
Very well, yeah, he did.
Very well. Kevin Samuels wasn't with that. He called out men in the beginning, and then he went over to the women. He called out women. He called it like it was. He didn't beat around the bush. He got straight to the point. And it's a different type of leader. I'm not that type of leader. I take people's feelings into account. Trump and Kevin Samuels didn't do that. And as a president, you got to have that quality. You got to have a fine balance to do that. Do you feel that way?
I do.
That's true. Now, I don't think he has that ability to be direct when he needs to be, and to pull back and to be the emotional leader. Well, not the emotional leader, because I don't want to be too emotional, but to be compassionate and understanding at times with people. He was more of an assertive, aggressive leader, and that might be what we need at this time. But will the other side vote for him? No way.
Okay. If you had I don't know if you have a son, but would you want him to learn about Kevin Samuels or learn about George Floyd? If you had to choose, it's only one option. Go ahead.
I wouldn't want him to learn about. I got one option. It'll be Kevin Samuel.
Okay. I kind of thought so, but go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
It wouldn't be George Floyd. Come on, man. It'll be Kevin Samuel. I believe a lot of his points. I think his delivery wasn't the best to me.
Yeah.
I'm not that type of guy. I'm more of a servant leader. When I'm leading my employees, when I'm leading my team, I'm more understanding. I'm not as aggressive. Yeah. I'm more of a systems guy. I'm more of a believing in the system, putting people in the right position to succeed, the right position to win in life. I'm all about relationships. But when you take on the role, you take on the personality like they had, it's much harder to do that, man. Everybody doesn't respond to that well.
Okay. Well, guys, the panel is not open. Frizz the Great, Nathan. I see where Nathan was coming from. Frizz the Great, what say you, sir?
In response to Mr. Nathan,
Bobby Seale, I'm sorry, Frizz the Great, I got to cut you off. Bobby Seale, you son of a bitch. Bobby Seale's. Well, if you had to choose between Captain Samuels and Broken Crack, which one would it be? Bobby Seale, I'm not going to lie to you, I would ban you from coming over here, but I rock with you. Salute to you, sir. Go ahead, guys. You got the floor.
Okay. Everybody says Obama was good, right? He knew how to play the game. But like the game that he was playing so good that he did the people that supported him wrong. He just, hey, you know what? I'm in here. Don't worry, guys. I got you. Let me just get these guys. They're. Let me just push these guys. Let me agree with these guys' agendas, even though I don't agree with it. And don't worry. And then the second term is the same level of chaos, you know. Mm-hmm. And it was so bad that you know it can be argued that, like, you know, yeah, it pushed the black woman forward, but it pushed the black man back, you know.
Black men forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, they felt like they dictated his presidency. They felt like they got him in office. They, you know, there's no ifs ands or buts that, and truthfully, you could say they did, but like there was no agenda for the black man that was ever pushed. You know what I mean? Like that. George Bush did the Second Chance Act that freed a lot of the federal prisoners that was wrongfully incarcerated because of their times, and opened the door for that. But like, I'm talking like he opened up affirmative action and try to, no disrespect, but try to like say that the gay movement, it was just as hard on in America as it is for black men. You know what I mean? As they even said it was as hard as slavery. You know, we used to have to eat out of a pigsty. How can we not relate to those? You know what I'm saying? How can we call those things equal? You know what I mean?
I want to stop you real quick because I'm listening to you, Frizz the Great. You just said that we had to eat out of a pigsty. So you saw the slaves eating out of a pigsty?
It was written.
Oh, it was written.
Okay. It was written. You could see that, you know.
And not only Darth Vader is real too, because you see it on the screen too.
I believe Darth Vader is real.
So the slaves ate out of a pigsty.
Hey, Frizz, let me ask you this.
Okay.
Frizz, do you believe that Obama was the worst president ever?
No.
That was written too.
No, I do not. I have my own mind, but like, you know, I don't think people understand the brutality that slavery was for the black.
So Frizz, what? Okay, so can I ask you a question? And again, I'm just asking questions.
Okay.
I went to an elementary school, and there was this girl. This really happened. Mm-hmm. She came into the classroom. We all thought she was Chinese. Okay. She was Cambodian, and she gave us, you know, like when you're a little kid, you got to give a story when you walk in. Oh, my name is such and such. Shut up. So she gave a story. She said her family had fled a civil war. Now, we were kids. We didn't understand what civil war meant. We didn't understand none of that. Her family had fled Cambodia. Cambodia had went through a civil war. Hundreds of thousands that got killed or exterminated. Mm-hmm. When I was in college, sir, I dated two Rwandan girls. They saw their families massacred in the genocide that took place 28 years ago.
Okay.
The Kardashian family, their family was killed. A lot of their family were killed in the Armenian genocide. Other groups of people have been through atrocities, sir. So they don't complain. Why? So what does slavery? You mentioned slavery. So what does that have to do with anything compared to anybody else?
Well, no. I was using that as an example of the example they use, like, hey, we're gay, and they being gay is as hard as slavery. You know what I'm saying? That's one of the examples of, being untreated on the same level, and that's like not far. That's a far different cry and a far different level of misery and pain. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Okay, I got you. I'm
You know what I'm saying? So it's not and you read about the level of brutality that was done to us in many books, and you cannot we cannot equate those two. You know what I'm saying? Now
I want to point out that my ancestors sold you black asses into slavery. I just want to point that out, guys. If everybody in the chat, go ahead, guys.
Oh, okay.
They did though. My ancestors were slave owners. Yeah.
And chaotic. Do you feel that we're still feeling the?
Well, why say that? Why say that, brother? Like why?
I just want to point out. Wait a minute. Give me a second. Give me.
Like why say? Why don't is that like the decent Negro?
I'm gonna tell you. Wait a minute, y'all. Not you, sir, but when I mean y'all, black people, foundational black Americans, like pointing out that y'all were slaves. So I want to point out that my ancient ancestors sold y'all into slavery. We were slave owners. Go ahead.
No. My thing is, you had a point to that to express that thought. You know what I mean? And I thought we were just some black men. And like if it's just like, hey, me trying to be an asshole, then boom, then I respect it. Hey, you know what? I'm a little bit better black man. Boom, boom, boom. I'm gonna throw this jab. Or is it like yo, listen, hey, you know what? Now, because if you said it with some intent and say, yo, listen, my family used to sell y'all black asses into slavery, and I understand that the brutality, and I understand that something my family did was not right, but you did not come with no form of
I came
proper emotion. You came with some cockiness. Yeah, I change. But who are you superior to, sir? Like think about that. Like who are you because if you was in, if a white man was here, he tell you shut the fuck up. It's a good chance that you're going to shut the fuck up and respect his badge.
I wouldn't. Most white.
I surely that. Have you ever? So you never dealt with a bad police officer?
Never in my life. Nenever dealt with a bad police officer.
What region? Where you live at? If you don't mind me asking.
I live in the Midwest.
Midwest. So.
Yeah, I don't. I've been told not to name drop anymore, but I live in the Midwest. But what about it though, sir?
Okay, so like you
I've never dealt with a bad police officer. I've only dealt with officers, and I've complied. Generally, when blacks are pulled over, we're speeding. We got weed in the car. We're doing something illegal. Tents.
Is that what you think of us?
Oh, it's not even thinking. It's the truth.
Yeah, Nathan, do you smoke weed? Like, is that what you think of us?
Chris, stop.
Come on. Is that what you think? I don't smoke.
Fred,
sir, I don't smoke. Nobody I know smokes.
You're open-minded. I can see that. But
yes.
Let's stop the cap.
But we're not.
Whenever we're pulled over, sir, either your tags are expired, suspended license, you were speeding. Stop. Niggas love doing rolling stop at the stop signs. So we're generally doing something wrong. Most of the times, your niggas got weed on you or something in the car. Police tell you, hey, put the weed out. Put the weed out. Put the weed out. Put the weed out, son.
You should listen. Look,
put the weed out. Come on, man. Chris, let's stop. Why we capping? Stop it. Chris, stop it. Your nigga, your tents are too dark. You're breaking the law. I know it's minor traffic infractions. I know you're black and you don't want to, you feel like you're above the law without reproach, but you've done something wrong. And no, I have not encountered a bad cop. I've only encountered cops that did their job professionally, and I gave them my license and registration. Yes. There was one time when a cop did get loud with me. I was 16 years old. I was in my city. This white female cop pulled me over. I got out of my car and said, "Why you pulled me?" I didn't scream out. I said, "What's going on?" She said, "Get back in the car. What are you doing?" And I got back in the car and I gave her my license and registration. And she scolded me for getting out the car. She said, "Young man, you are a teenage driver, but you cannot get out the car when I pull you over." That's what happened. Go ahead, sir.
Well, can I respond?
Yeah,
Mr. Nathan, if you disagree with me, just what I mean, say I'm wrong. But like, yo, this is what's going on, right? Like, look, you're being conveniently black. You're boosting up Kevin Samuels, right?
I'm boosting up Kevin Samuels. Okay, go ahead.
You did. Which he deserves his respect because he was a great man. But then you're saying, hey, you niggas ain't shit. You know what I mean? Hey, like, come on, man.
Sir, you're putting. Hold on for a second. Pause.
You just co-sign every stereotype.
I did not say niggas ain't shit, sir.
But
You are putting words in my mouth that I did not say. Nathan
said, "Come on, man. You guys are smoking weed. You guys."
I didn't say that you weren't shit, though. I said that you probably were smoking.
I don't smoke weed. You know what I mean?
Frizz, hold on for a second. Is there a delay or something? Frizz, you asked me, have I ever encountered a bad police officer? I said no. Then you're saying, oh, well, what about this? I'm saying no. I said generally when blacks are pulled over, you've done something against the law. You're speeding. You've rolled past a stop sign. Your tags are expired. Your bumper's hanging off your car. Your motor's loud. You're doing something wrong, and there's nothing wrong with admitting that. I admitted every time I got pulled over as a teenager, I was speeding. Every time I got pulled over as an adult, I was speeding or drinking or driving, acting a fool.
Why
I will admit it.
Fatality, arrest, and death.
Sir, there are statistics that prove that whites are killed at higher rates with the police. They're not black, it's whites. And sir, it is the truth. You can look at the stats yourself. You don't have to talk to me. And a lot of times when blacks are killed by the police,
I don't believe it's higher, chaotic. Come on, now. I don't think it's a higher percentage of whites getting killed.
I'm rocking. Listen, bro, I am rocking with you. I'm trying.
Let me ask you. Okay. Hold on for a second. Let me ask you a question, Nathan. A black medical doctor is driving his car. A police decides to pull him over, and they pull him over and they just shoot and kill him. When in the history has that ever happened?
I agree with you. No. I think two things can be true at the same time.
Okay.
I agree with you. I agree with what you're saying. And I agree with what he's saying.
Yeah, go ahead.
Usually they're doing something bad. I agree with you on that.
Smoking weed. They got the gun on them. They're doing something wrong.
Right. You're right. You're 100% right. But 20%. What percentage of cops are bad though? I don't think.
How many percent?
What percentage of cops are bad?
1%. Okay, I could give you about 1%. That's the most I give you, about 1%. Generally, cops are just guys who want to do their job.
Are you a cop?
I beg your pardon.
Are you a cop?
I was never a cop, but I was a probation officer. Yes.
1%.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
This is what we disagree at, chaotic. You're not being realistic, man.
Oh my goodness.
Nathan, hold on for a second. Can you turn your mic up, Nathan? You got an external mic?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Can you turn it for me? Okay. I see where this is gonna go. I'm gonna talk nice. I'm not gonna be like myself. I'm just gonna talk nice to you guys.
Okay. Sir, can
you ain't never drove your car obeying the law and some random cop pull you over and say, "Nigga, where you going?" That ain't never happened to you.
It don't.
What? No. Please, sir. Let me. I done seen that happen on so many.
Put the weed out, son.
I don't smoke weed.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking. You said you seen it happen.
I've been a victim of that. You know what I'm saying? So like I've seen it happen so many times.
So tell us your victim story, sir. I would love to hear it.
No. I'm not. Listen. All right. With that, I don't have a victim mentality. I just acknowledge what was out there.
Okay, how about this, sir?
And I'm gonna tell you something else. A cop is not stupid. They're going to know who has resources and who don't have resources.
Frizz, I had to mute you. I had to mute you. You're talking in circles. Now, the last time I was up here, I was kicking niggas off left and right. I'm asking you, sir, can you tell us the story that happened to you? Could you give us the date, the time, the officer's name? Because I would love to get the officer's name that restricted your rights, and I would love to file charges and help you out. I would love to go to the FBI on your behalf. What was the officer's name, sir, that victimized you?
Well, you know what? I do not remember.
Oh,
maybe, but
you don't remember. Okay,
but listen, I would definitely.
And you don't have any information.
Stop, sir. But I would definitely, by all means, definitely. And listen, I admit when I do something wrong. I've been locked up before, and I earned my time. You know what I'm saying? So listen, man,
that you've been locked up and you earned your time.
You know what I mean? And when I say I'm innocent, I generally mean I'm innocent. You know what I mean? So when I said, I seen it happen on just a regular stop and frisk, and it led to something wrong, or what the fuck is the purpose of a regular stop and frisk?
I'm sorry, we can't curse. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm apologize. So what's the purpose of a regular stop and frisk anyway? You have to understand. You once was a police officer. I'm a probation officer.
I am in total support of stop and frisk. Stop and frisk is one of the reasons why in New York in the 90s the crime rate was significantly lower than that of the 70s. Stop and frisk was supported by people who did not commit crimes. And the fact of the matter is that people who love committing crimes have a problem with stop and frisk. I know a lot of men who are associates of mine were upset with me because I supported or actually worked for Michael Bloomberg. They said, "How could you work for him, man? He had stop and frisk." Now, mind you, the people asking me this were career criminals. I said, "Nigga, you only are upset with that because you yourself can't stop committing crimes, nigga. If you stop committing crimes, you don't have to worry about stop and frisk. So don't get mad at me because I'm working for this white man. He paying $8,000 every 2 weeks. Don't get mad at him. I'll work for him all day long, nigga."
Mary Fly.
Sorry for that word, nigga, JR. Go ahead. I want to point out that normal man says niggas glorify gang members in crime, and then they get caught committing the crime. They the victims. Normal man about to give me a heart attack. Guys, please. Oh, hold on for a second. Frizz, give me 1 second, sir. Come on. Guys, hit the super chat. People want me to read the comments. Hit the super chat. This is guys, come on. Hit the super chat, man. Get the likes up. Go ahead, Frizz. Sorry.
Okay. Listen. One, you are so wrong about stop and frisk. People was not complaining that was criminals. People was complaining that was dressed a certain way. Oh, so
maybe you didn't dress. See, this is a perfect. See, now hold on, stop. Now, this is why Kevin Samuels is important. Maybe if you had dressed like Kevin Samuels, you wouldn't get stopped and frisked in New York. Maybe if you didn't dress like Wu-Tang Clan in the 90s, they wouldn't have stopped and frisked you.
Oh, my goodness, sir. That does not give a reason for a cop to search your balls.
Oh, it gives every reason. You back up.
No, don't. Like, are you serious?
Oh, I'm 100%.
That's still wrong, chaotic.
Sir, let me tell you something. There are kids.
On, man. Like, yo,
Frizz,
are you?
Frizz,
I'm trying to be real with you, yo.
Frizz, there are kids that I used to teach that were a part of street gangs. It could be 80 degrees outside, and the little niggas are walking around wearing hoodies and Timbs. You know why they're wearing that? Because they're packing heat on them. So if I'm a cop, I'm like, why is this black kid walking around with a hoodie on in the middle of the summer and it's 90 degrees outside? You know what? Follow this little kid real quick. And sure enough, he has a weapon on him that's been used in the complicity of a crime or something, robbery or something. I totally agree with that.
Please. Listen, I live in Southeast Pennsylvania.
Uh-oh.
You know what I mean? So, like, if you was to say, hey, I'm a treat white people with the same level of investigation as I treat black people.
White people.
Imagine the charges that would be brought up. Imagine the charge. Hey, yo, you're 16 years old. Why you got a shotgun? You're 15 years old. You're riding your dirt bike down the street. I think people don't acknowledge other people's cultures, and they just criticize it about one specific culture. And like, yo, because like
let Nathan talk real quick. Hold on, let Nathan talk. Nathan, you want to ask me a question, sir? Hold on, Frizz. Hold on for a second. Take it easy.
Now, to this point, both of y'all got. Can you hear me better now? Can you hear me better?
Now your mic, now your Wi-Fi is frozen. What's up? But we can hear you. What's going on, sir? Oh, sorry. No smoking cigarettes on the camera. I'm sorry about that. There's no. Yeah, you're fine. You're fine. You got like a cigar. You're fine. You can put your avatar on if you want to.
So both points.
Just like a black person. So gotta smoke something. Gotta drink something.
Stereotype of a black man.
He's smoking. Am I lying?
You're right.
Did he not just smoke? Did he not? Go ahead, Nathan. You got the floor, sir. Go ahead.
Chaotic. You're right, but is it fair? Is it right to stereotype every culture?
Is absolutely right to stereotype, and it is absolutely.
You still there? I think he froze up.
Yeah, I think he froze up.
I just don't think it's right, man, to stereotype any culture, man. This is the bad part. I agree with what he's saying, you know. So a white kid with a hoodie, with baggy pants on, do you think he will get pulled over or stopped at the same rate as a black kid? What would you say?
I think he's frozen. I don't know what's going on. Something's
no, for you. I'm asking you.
Can you hear me?
Oh, me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay. It's okay, guys. This DNS. Okay, never mind. But I'm sorry, Nathan. You asked me, was it right?
So I was gonna ask. So since so this is the question. So a white kid who has baggy pants with a hoodie, walking in a rough neighborhood, do you think that they would get pulled over and stopped at the same rate as a black kid?
Yes.
Or as a minority? Oh, Chaotic. Come on now. The equal rate. Come on.
Are you guys gonna let me talk or not? Are you gonna let me talk? Are we? Hold on for a second. Wait a minute. Are we gonna do this or not?
Chaotic. You're not being.
Sir,
come on.
Nathan.
I agree with you,
Nathan,
but I think you're biased or something.
Right,
that's what I'm saying.
Nathan, this is the importance of a Kevin Samuels. Unfortunately, the stick-up kids in New York, the stick-up kids in LA, they wear baggy clothes, they wear hoodies, they look a certain way, they have a certain costume. Okay? They're not wearing. They're not wearing.
Sir, listen. I'm gonna tell you.
Okay. How about this? I'm gonna calm down, and this is your show now. Go ahead, sir. I'm gonna calm down.
Because listen, you was a probation officer. I was in a federal prison for 9 years. So, like, that is so not true. So I spoke to every race of man. And I listened to every level of crime. I did. I was infatuated with it. Like, wow, okay, this is how they do this. This is how they do that. And I'm telling you, when it comes to robberies and stuff like that, it has nothing to do about how you are dressed.
Can I be honest with you, man? Let me be honest with you. It is very important, especially in this day and age, to stereotype, especially blacks.
Wow.
It's not like these kids are killing each other in large rates. These kids are harming civilians now. I could give you case after case. I hear it every day. I do shows on this. There was a case out in, I think it was in Memphis, Tennessee. Black woman. She was a church lady. Walking to her car, and some kids ran up on her, carjacked her, and shot her and killed her. Now you would think, well, damn, if you're gonna carjack her, why even shoot her? She's an old woman. What's she gonna do? Fight you for her car? These kids, these little hood gremlins are harming civilians. Now, in my opinion, and I used to tell kids this: listen, if you're in a gang, kill each other. You know, if you kill each other, don't shoot into a crowd and kill a little beautiful little black baby, which happens day after day, and nobody talks about it. Nobody says we're gonna do a live stream about this little beautiful little 7-year-old girl that died innocently from a stray bullet because niggas can't aim. Nobody does that. So, in my opinion, I think we need to be very vigilant on black crime because it affects the civilian population. So yes, if I see some little gremlins walking around with hoodies and stuff, you're damn right. If I'm not a cop, but you're damn right. If I was a cop, if I see a cop stereotyping them, I'm like, well, you know, fuck them, because they're up to no good. It's not like they're gonna harm. It's not like they're gonna harm another gang member. They're literally harming civilians. That's the problem.
But are they bad kids?
These gremlins didn't harm civilians, I would say they could do what they want to do. It could be open season. Kill each other.
So let me ask you this. Chaotic. I don't mean to cut you off. Let me ask you this. So
go ahead,
me growing up in the time in the hood and not in the suburbs, single family home. So I'm walking around with white tee and jeans like everybody else.
Yeah.
I wasn't part of the gang, but I wouldn't want to rob anybody. So if I get pulled over by a cop, I'm just collateral damage.
You're damn right. Your family. Well, I'm answering your question, Nathan. Your family has failed you. If you grew up in a single parent household, you listen. You have to start looking at your own family. Mom, why did I grow up like this? Dad, why did I grow up like this? Family, why did I grow up in the hood? It's mind-boggling. And no offense to your family, Nathan. It's mind-boggling that people, even to this day, are having. I see where I live at. You know, you see hood rat chicks having babies, 3 and 4 of them, walking with a stroller, and it's in worse of a condition. And I'm like, why on earth would this girl be having all these kids? She is purposely setting up a next generation to fail or to be victims of crime or to be victims of black on anything. So we have to stop. This is why I say Kevin Samuels was important to the black culture, because he was talking about elitism, and elitism is eliminating what has made the black culture inferior. That is inferior behavior, the hood. We got to get off this. There should be no hoods anymore, in my opinion.
But I think you're missing the fact, and we're not gonna get into slavery. Like, we know your fans on slave. Man, my grandparents' parents just learned how to read. My granddad probably didn't know how to read. We're not even that far removed.
5 or 6 trades.
He was a hard worker.
Yep, I bet you he was a carpenter or something. I bet you. So, okay.
So when I look back at my mother, who's a single mom who made a lot of bad decisions, and how can I look at her and be like, Mom, what the heck are you doing? No, I looked at her even at that age, that young age, with wisdom, and be like, man, my granddad didn't even know how to read. Like that. I mean, that's how close we are. We're not that far removed from
slavery. Sir, neither did the Italian Americans that came to Ellis Island. They didn't know how to read English either. So what excuse? So what? If your grandfather didn't know how to read, so what? What about
the
Italian Americans came here on Ellen? Hold on for a second. Let me mute this nigga. I see why he got pulled over.
So chaotic. So this is a race.
What about the Hungarians? What about other groups of people that came here and went to Ellis Island in the 20s and the 30s, and in one generation they became judges, they became doctors? What about those people?
Is that the majority or the minority? It's not the majority. You're talking about a small subset. You're talking about a small percentage of people who became successful.
Who came to this country in 1920s and 30s, who were illiterate of English. They were illiterate just as much as your grandparent, right? What stopped your grandfather from learning English? I mean, from learning how to read?
That would go back to the mentality that was instilled in us in slavery. Now look.
Your grandfather was a slave. He wasn't a fucking slave.
But his father was a slave. My grandfather's father was probably a slave. That wealth, that information, all of the information that I've been giving my 19-year-old son, chaotic. So the snowball of information that's been passed down to generation to generation to generation.
Sir,
My dad wasn't in my life, right? Excuses? No, come on, man. No, I don't do the Victims Olympics. No. I deal with facts. So I'm usually on your side of the fence. I don't do the Victims Olympics. I'm pulling myself up out of bootstraps. And I have my family.
Did the Italians learn how to read when they got to Ellis Island? You know how? They figured it out. They didn't know English when they got here. They were just as illiterate as anybody else that came here. The Hungarians, the Germans. Well, German is close to English, but they learned English.
I agree. I'm with you on that. I believe
English
in that, but the people in the hood, as you would claim it,
people in the hood have free education from kindergarten to the 12th grade. The school system gives you free education for 12 years.
So you're saying, so that's a whole different discussion on how poor the public school system is. But they would rather buy those Jordans.
Sir, I taught in the public schools for many years. A lot of the federal, sir, you will be surprised how much money goes into the federal school. I mean, how much federal money goes into the inner cities public schools. Sir, the kids in those schools and the parents are the problems. So
the school is everyone's the problem. The school,
no, everyone is
the
not.
Whole
the problem,
system is messed up.
The kids,
the parents, kids.
The kids act a fool in the school. They're so disruptive. Then the combative parents come there, and instead of having the teacher's side, they have their dumb kid side. And the teachers are saying, "Well, fuck it, then I can." And then the teachers have to answer to the principals and the stupid administrators, and it's a system of idiocracy. You know this. Your kids. I bet you your kids are in private school or they're homeschooled.
Two of my kids in the private school. Two in the public school.
I knew it because you don't even want your kids around them niggas. Stop! You're talking to me.
No, I'm a leader, so I don't believe in. I'm a leader, so I don't believe in blaming the kids.
Let me ask you a question, sir. How come your kids don't go to public schools in the inner city? Exactly, sir.
But look. So we're still talking about percentages. You're talking about 10% of parents who. What percentage of parents in public school who are going to jump on you or get irate, who are not understanding?
50% of them.
Get out of here, chaotic. That's what we have a disagreement about.
I'm gonna tell you why.
50% chaotic. Come on,
it's
man.
A culture of violence, sir. You know this. You
20%. 20.
Okay, even if it was 20 is still high. So if it's 100 people, you mean to tell me I got to worry about 20? That's too much too. Imagine if I'm in a room and there's 100 dogs, and they say, well, 20 of these dogs will bite you. I don't want to be in that room. I don't want to be in the room if one of them dogs will bite me. But
that's what you signed up for. That's what you signed up for.
That's why there's
signed up as a teacher.
Teacher shortage.
That's true, and they don't get paid enough. So it's a whole system of issues. It's not just the kids, and I think it's all equal. It's the system, it's the teachers, it's the principal, it's the entire system. And you have more black leaders in these positions, more so than they have been in the past. In your district, in your school district where you taught at, was it heavy minority leadership in the school board level, or was it more Caucasian?
Sir, I taught in, I don't want to name the school system.
Was it mixed?
It was heavily black, the administrators on down, straight bureaucracy with black women. And the fact of the matter is, whether it was black women or white women, it's a system of chaos because the kids are out of control. They're little animals. They're jumping all around, acting a fool. You can't say nothing to the little kids. And this is why I tell, especially black men, to not teach at all. And if you're going to teach, go to Korea, go to Qatar, go to Saudi, go to somewhere where you're appreciated. Get out of those black ass schools if you do want to teach, if you're a man. But you're going to ask me a question about the police earlier. What was the question?
No, it was.
You were going to ask me, have I ever experienced police brutality? And I'm going to tell you no. Generally speaking, and it goes back to what I keep saying and why I talked about Kevin Samuels. It's your presentation, it's your decorum.
I believe in that.
Yeah,
I agree.
absolutely.
I'm not
I mean,
gonna have
if you get
issues with police.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you get out the car smoking weed and you got a gun on your hip, cussing out the cop, of course you deserve your ass beat. What do you expect? But if you're a polite gentleman and it's like, excuse me, officer, what did I do? Well, you were going 15 miles over the speed limit. I apologize, sir. I'm have my license and registration. Here you go. Nothing's gonna happen to you.
So let me ask you this. So what about the guy? I don't know if you know the guy, Little Bootsy. He feels that the police keep continuously pulling him over. So he records the police and curses them out. Like, y'all are ridiculous. I'm not doing it. Y'all always bother me. He just felt like they always bothering him.
You're talking about Little Bootsy who openly smokes weed, openly. Yeah, okay. Sir, you could have a point with that. I mean, but come on, man.
So they do kind of pick on him, man. But I mean, he is breaking the law. So I agree with you. I agree with you, but I just think that they shouldn't target people. You shouldn't target people, man. I do. That goes back to a question somebody asked me.
I want to point out. I don't know if Frizz is still there. Frizz, are you still there?
Yes.
I want to point out that a normal man says he didn't want y'all to have standards and not want to be around niggas, but at the end, his kids are safe and sound away from you niggas. Exactly. Nathan. I respect Nathan. I just think that he's a BSer.
Sir,
I knew his kids went to private school. I knew it. I knew his kids went to private school.
If I had kids, I would take them to private school too.
Of course. What's up, Just Think? Just Think. There is a Nigerian rapper. His name is Iyanya. You should look him up. I swear that you were Iyanya in the back end.
No, I look nothing like him. I don't think.
What that is though?
I am Nigerian though, so I'm
okay.
familiar with him.
Okay, are you Yoruba or Igbo?
Yeah, I am. That's crazy.
Yeah, you look like Iyanya. Sir, let me ask you a question. You've been listening to Frizz and Nathan. What say you about the entire topic?
No, you're right. 100,000% chaotic.
Thank you, sir.
I don't even think it's.
Keep it real, man. Don't hold back from FBA.
No, I'm not holding back.
Wait, can I ask him one
and to be honest too, and to just to be honest, right? Like, in Africa we got our own problems too. So I don't want to come off as saying that we're all good. I mean, when I'm talking about Nigeria, we got a million things that we could fix.
Yeah.
But we gotta be honest. Like, most. Like I went to a mostly Black and Hispanic school, and everything you're saying is spot on. And I think the bigger problem is, why are men playing the blame game like women? Do you get what I'm saying?
Who's gonna answer that?
What is that?
Frizz, hold on for a second.
Why are men playing the blame game like women? We're the ones who are supposed to be solving problems. We're blaming external factors all the time. The system, the this, the that, when we should be the one to come in and solve any kind of problem that comes up. Why are we always blaming? I think that's the main thing that really annoys me, because it's like the issues in the Black community should be solved by the men of the community, because they're the last resort. They're the builders. I mean, men, we created everything on this planet. We're the ones who enforce all the rules. We created, we created everything. So why would we then blame? Oh, it's a system. It's the cops. It's this, it's that. Instead of looking at ourselves, And then whenever we talk about the crime problem, what makes me upset is like, oh, well, what about whites? Even if we were to look at ourselves in a vacuum, is the crime level even acceptable? It's not acceptable. By ourselves, forget Asians, forget everyone else on the planet. If we are the only people on the planet, hypothetically, is that level of crime acceptable? Let's be honest. Our Black schools are horrible. Whenever you think about crime, you think about a young Black man. And then when you ask other Black people, like, oh, what are we gonna do about it? It's like we're blaming. Instead of coming up with solutions to solve it, or being real with the nature of your problem. That's the one thing that we have to be real with. Like, what is the true, raw, 100% issue with, because what we try to do as men, is what women do, right? They don't want to be 100% real with what their issue is. They want to kind of skirt around it. They want to say, oh, it's not that bad or this or that. What if it actually is that bad? And what if you actually understanding that it's that bad will actually help you to resolve it or solve the problem? Like, because what Chaotic says is 100% right. I haven't heard anything he said that's wrong. Because that's the true, unadulterated nature of our problem within our community. Because you're never going to be able to solve anything if you don't know what the actual problem is. If you're taking a math test, but you're writing answers for social studies, you're going to make a 0. Are you going to blame the teacher? Why don't they have social studies questions on the exam? Because we're in math class. Do you get what I'm saying? So we have to be, it's the truth. We have a violence problem, but I think bigger than the violence problem is we have an accountability problem as men. Like, we are the ones who solve problems. We are the ones who build things. We are the ones who create things. We are the ones who are going to fix our own community. So if our own men are blaming external factors for our problems, then we just always going to be messed up. Because are you going to say, for instance, okay, the white man's evil, all of this stuff. Do you expect someone who shot you to take you to the hospital? Do you know what I'm saying? Say somebody came and robbed you. Say someone stole your TV, right? They robbed you at gunpoint, stole your TV. Are you never going to buy another TV until that robber returns it to you? Well, he stole it from you. He needs to bring it. No, you're going to go earn some money and get a new TV and file a police report or do something else, but you're going to eventually move on with your life. So like, are we going to expect the people who enslaved us to bring us back up? Well, we were slaves. Okay, so we're just going to sit on our ass and wait for our slave owners to come and help us? I mean, sometimes we have to sit down and listen to what we sound like. We sound like women. I'm sorry if I'm being disrespectful, on the channel or whatever. We sound like, the same thing that we're complaining about women about, right? Oh, they can't take no accountability. You ask them something and they give another bullshit out. The same kind of effeminate behavior is the same thing that we're doing, and it's pretty sad because the women are looking at us and saying they're looking at us as men and they're saying, damn, our men aren't even able to take accountability. They over here complaining like how we're complaining. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, when are we going to stop doing that? When are we going to stop doing that? The problem is global too. I don't want to say, me, I'm a Nigerian person. I'm not going to exalt my people and make it seem like, oh, we good and they bad. No, we all fucked up globally because we be doing the same shit. Oh, blaming the colonizer and do it. You know what I'm saying? But
you gotta watch the language real quick.
Oh, my bad. I apologize. But I just wanted to. I just get frustrated when I hear that. Let's start coming up with solutions.
Give me 1 second, sir. Jonathan Barronville with the $10 super chat says, woke black folks are a walking contradiction. I know a woke black woman here in Atlanta who owns multiple earthy businesses in the West End, but she lives almost an hour away, far from any black folks. Yeah. Sir, you've been wanting to speak, sir. Please go ahead, sir.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. You want to finish off? Go ahead.
No, I'll finish off. I'll hop back on. I mean, I want to stay on whatever, but I'll let someone else speak. Yeah, stay on. Frizz, go ahead, sir.
I heard you speak, brother. And we're not, and let me, Chaotic, I want to say something too. One thing that was great about Kevin Samuels is that he respects the blue collar worker. I'm a blue collar worker. I'm the guy that works 60, 70 hours at a plant. You know what I'm saying? So, and he gave the general, respect to the average black man that was just working. He put the numbers up.
Absolutely.
So one thing that we do that is very wrong is that, like, what Just Think said, and he said something like on the lines of like, I want to get my thoughts together because I was just texting and writing, but he said something like, are we going to go to the people that enslave us for freedom? We're not doing that. Nobody I know and are doing that. We're not even asking for help. As far as I know, from any Black-owned businesses or Black-owned anything, they do not ask for help from the government, from anybody else. They do not. So we're not beggars by no means. We're, in fact, every average Black man I know, they turn their back on the government. They don't even care. They don't even vote. So like that's a misconception. Don't, and I understand, you two guys are from different regions and so you look at it with a different lens. But one thing, how can we elevate? And this is, how can we elevate if we're there's no way in hell we can elevate if we're just saying, hey, well, I don't want to work with you because you're dressed like this, or you know what, or you brought up issues, so therefore you're crying. But your whole platform is about bringing up issues and addressing the issues, but yet you're going to criticize the main platform. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, I'd rather work with any Black man on any situation, whatever he's going through. I don't care, because I walk certain grounds on this earth, and I understand it's not fair, and I understand that, hey, whatever I can do to make it easier on you, I believe in the true each one teach one. But like I would not criticize or downplay just because people are put in an environment and say, make the most of it. Like I said, I don't want to come off criticizing or coming off like a bitter person, but it's like, it's like, brother, man. And then there's a fear, because like, let's just say I give Just Thinking Chaotic, a chance. And I say, hey, you know what? You're right. You guys are smarter than me on some political and business shit, but I know how to build houses, and I know masonry, and I know millwright, and I got all these trades on my belt, and I'm gonna help you work with your business, build a building. I'm gonna be there on any days that I'm not working, and I'm not going to ask for pay. You know what I mean?
Can I ask you a question, Frizz?
Yes.
Hey man, I got mad respect for you.
Okay.
And I'm not trolling when I ask you this question. I don't want you to think I'm trolling.
Okay.
Just before I ask you this question, please forgive me, sir. Your girlfriend or significant other is white or Hispanic. Keep it real.
I'm single.
Okay, but you're
see, that's not fair.
Come on,
that's not. Listen,
no. Hold on. I'm asking you.
Oh my
Your
goodness.
last girlfriend was white or Hispanic. Keep it real, sir.
Yo.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you. Ready? My last girlfriend was a Black woman that moved to my city. We both wasn't in a good place in life, and we said, "Hey, listen, we're just going to make the most of it." And when it came down to picking out houses, that's what's caused our breakup.
So you did. So you have dated. So you only date Black women.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, because you're talking, because mostly when I hear all this blackity black talk, it's always somebody dating somebody white. Okay, I'm just making sure. Go ahead. Okay, you're legit now. Go ahead, sir. It's real. Yeah. Okay, I'm making sure. Okay, good.
I love the sisters.
Okay.
Black of the berry, sweet of the juice. I don't like the cosmetic sisters, but I do love the sisters.
I got you.
But like, I will work with you. I would say to myself, whatever. I read a comment. I was told not to read the comments because, like, I don't. But trust me, I don't date outside my race. I don't date seriously outside my race. Let me say that. But
you would date Scarlett Johansson if she gave you the time. Keep it real.
Scarlett Johansson, the person, or just a chick that looks like Scarlett Johansson?
Scarlett Johansson, the person. Let's keep it a buck. You would date her. Keep it real.
But ain't she like over Ain't she like 40 something? What good is she to
37,
me?
but she's still
What good is she? Listen,
she's still
I want
super hot.
to listen.
I mean,
No, I have a podcast, right?
Yeah.
But one thing I want to say to something about brothers too.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yo, I keep hearing like people say, get your money up, get your money up, get your money up. But I would definitely like brothers to get their character up, their instincts up. You know what I'm saying? So like that's why I don't judge a man by his money, because sometimes it's that dollar that you accepted that the next man didn't. Like, yo, I can't do that because by accepting this dollar, I'm putting my people back.
Blue Sky says woke blacks will live in a neighborhood that is 90% white, but complain about
bro.
That's the
bro,
truth.
You talk to them secretly, like, oh, you gonna raise your kids around black people? They be like, well, you tripping, bro? No, I'm good. Like, you know what I'm saying? They be full of shit for real.
Yeah, real
stuff.
Do you believe that though?
Oh, if you believe it, it's the truth.
But we gotta stop talking about.
They're not woke. They're not nothing.
No, he's talking. It's like
city. I'm not from like no Chicago or Philadelphia, but I'm not from. But you're saying they're not woke. They're not nothing. This is what a disease.
No, nobody's saying that. Black by Design. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Black by Design says, ask yourself this: if black people gave the real culture, logic, rational thinking a better way of living, what are even doing? What are we even doing? I don't know what he means by that. Sorry about that, but thank you so much, Black by Design.
Yeah, I don't know what he's trying to say.
Yeah.
But I think the whole argument, another argument we need to stop putting out there is this whole environment argument. Oh, it's my environment, or they keep on messing with us. We as men, we have to accept that there's always going to be things that are going to be interfering with us. Things are going to interfere. There's going to be challenges. You can't expect to improve if you can only improve in a perfect environment. It will not be perfect. Hold on, let me ride for a little bit. It's not going to be perfect. They're going to interfere. People are going to F with you. People are going to try to undermine you, but you have to create a system that will, be able to effectively circumvent that. Because the whole argument of, if people didn't interfere, if this didn't happen, if that didn't happen, that's the way of life. If you're never going to be able to improve your situation because of people interfering or trying to mess you up, life is competition. People, we're all competing for resources. We're all competing for the same resources. So that excuse of environment, or that excuse of, they put drugs in our community, or they did this in our community. Our community has to be so tight and so strong, especially our men, to where they just give up trying to mess with us. They become more strategic, because right now it's easy. You can just put some Jordans in the back of a pickup truck, and you're gonna have a whole bunch of black dudes going to jail.
I hate that argument that they put drugs in the neighborhood. Or
you know what I'm saying?
Or the more stupidest one was when I was teaching, the black kids would say, they be dropping off guns on the trains. I said,
but why you pick it up?
I'm like, okay, so let me ask you this then. If they dropped off packets of bleach on your streets, would you pick those up and drink them? What are you talking about? It's the fact that you want to pick it up. It's the fact, even if they did test you like that, why aren't you picking up? You wouldn't pick up bleach, so why would you pick up that? That's just that was always my argument. But go ahead, guys. Nathan, you sound like you want to you sound like you want to say something about Martin Luther King or We Shall Overcome, Medgar Evers. Which one is
it? Bro, I'm tired, bro. I'm tired.
Nathan. We Shall Overcome, Jim Crow. You want to talk about something related
80 years ago. He gonna bring up some 300 years ago.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's bring it up.
Which one is it, sir? Medgar Evers, Rosa Parks.
Man, if they never took us from Africa, we would never be in this situation. Well, they already did.
Which one is it?
This is the thing. Hold on. Let me put my mic in. Go ahead. Let me put my mic back in.
Oh, yeah, just turn it up too when you put it back in.
Yeah, I mean, that's the main. People are gonna always interfere.
Yeah.
Why do you have to take the Jordans in the back of the pickup truck?
Yeah.
You don't have to. because they're not yours. They're not your shoes. Why do you have to have alcohol that's opened in your vehicle when you know it's illegal?
Yeah.
Put it in your trunk if you have to have it.
Yeah.
Why must you?
Yeah, go ahead.
You know what I'm saying?
Man,
So
y'all
you got
bothering me, man. Y'all pulling me over, sir. You have alcohol open in your car. You're smoking weed. You got a gun on the passenger seat. Your tail light is out, and you're driving under suspended license. What more can I?
and you ain't got no insurance because you know
It's like,
niggas
why do
we don't
pretend?
pay for insurance.
But it's like, why do we pretend these things don't happen, man? It's the weirdest thing, man.
But why can't we? Why do we get mad when we get caught doing something illegal, and then we can't take no damn accountability? Like
Because
you got caught. You got caught. You're wrong.
because
You know what I'm saying?
we're above reproach, and nobody can talk to the black man.
Oh, it's not that deep.
Yeah.
Don't you hate that stuff? It's not that deep, man. Just let me ride. No one's gonna let you're a man. No one's letting you ride. What the hell?
But that's why I was saying the importance of a Kevin Samuels. Because
Oh my gosh. Yeah. R.I.P. to Kevin Samuels, legend.
Because he would have told people in the 90s, listen, to stop and frisk, dress this way, act this way. You won't get that. A cop ain't gonna listen. How come cops weren't stopping frisking black businessmen, black men wearing slacks and Ferragamo and Frisbee, right? In New York.
Why they not stopping frisking Asians?
Yeah, of course they're gonna stop and frisk a nigga who looks like a Wu-Tang Clan member because those were the types of dudes. I mean, not Wu-Tang Clan, but
no, literally though, yeah.
I thought you said we can't curse. Like, come on,
what
man.
did I say?
Like, yo, you said nigga.
Are you fighting for the right to curse? Are you fighting for the right to curse?
Hold on a second. Frizz, hold on a second. I cursed. Right? Hold on a second, Frizz. I cursed. I did that because they bombed Oklahoma City.
See, you're trying.
What you mean?
Well, I'm just trying to give excuses like y'all, like how Frizz gives excuses. I curse because I have.
I gave no excuse.
City, so I'm cursing because of that. Go ahead, Frizz. You have to flip.
Listen,
my great grandfather went to jail for 6 months, so that's why I'd be cursing too. My great grandfather went to jail for 2 years.
Yo, you know what? You guys don't want to help. You guys don't want the black community to do good because y'all look good by criticizing the black community. And I'm gonna tell you this right now because in that look at your
thank you, Escobar, for the $10 super chat. Give me 1 second, Frizz. Escobar says, just think my sentiments exactly. Accountability starts here with men first. That's what Kevin Samuels used to teach. Too many straddlers. Let's vote new leaders and try new ideas monthly. Men podcast should be result oriented, not chatter. And thank you so much, Black. And thank you so much, Esco.
Exactly.
Thank you so much, Black by Design, for the $5 super chat. He says, no, sir. Martin, Malcolm, and Medgar Evers all wore suits and they were killed all by the Mayo militia. That same Mayo militia, for some reason, you still live in that Mayo militia country. There's 60-something black nations you can go live to, sir, if you think that the white man is this Mayo militia or Mayo militia.
We got a whole continent. You could go live there if you want to. A big old, the second largest continent. A billion of us there.
You got islands. You got
one flight. It's one flight. One flight.
Look what you're doing. You're being conveniently black. Correct yourself too, sir. You're being conveniently black.
Enough with Fred. I'm kicking him out of here. Go ahead, Fred. Go ahead, sir.
That's what you're doing. I'm calling you out because, like, yo, my man,
the Mayo Army. He said the Mayo Army.
But love living around Mayo people, though, ain't that?
No, literally. He trying to move into that Mayo neighborhood hard. He ain't trying to live off of MLK Boulevard.
Yeah.
Let's be real.
I mean, but like, yo, sir, now how can listen, Nathan? I will always work with a brother like you because you're understanding.
Right,
these guys.
I'm with you. So let me jump in because this is the thing. I agree with you two brothers, but I think your mindset and your the way you go about it is just wrong. The way you go about it is right, and that's how we think as leaders, as people who overcome things and move up and are successful. Right?
I haven't overcome anything, sir. What are you talking about? I didn't live through slavery, Jim Crow. What are you talking about?
See,
I've been trying to figure out what people talking about.
I've lived in the lap of luxury in America, sir. I have no idea what you're talking about.
But that's what the girl said, though.
Just think Nathan has overcome something. Nathan, I'm sorry. What did you overcome, Nathan? I apologize.
Let me ask you this, Chaotic. So if we're in a race, you mean that you started the race? at the same time other races started the race? Everybody's even?
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely.
To a single, I was born to a single mother who made $30,000 a year, $27,000 a year.
Nathan.
Oh my God.
Nathan.
With four kids?
We don't even chaotic. They don't even see the problem. They don't even see it.
No. You guys don't want to acknowledge the problem.
You're not even listening to him.
Just think.
My God, man, hold on. I don't want this to turn to an N-word panel. Give me a second. Nathan, whether you grew up in a single-parent household or not, your birthright automatically puts you ahead of every African, every Southeast Asian, most Eastern European, sir. You grew up in the greatest country on the planet from birth until now. You had every opportunity, sir, to be a neurosurgeon. You had every opportunity to be a judge, a petroleum engineer, an architect, or whatever. So again, whatever you chose is what you chose. You didn't overcome anything, sir. You could have been anything. Nobody was stopping you. There was no white man at the medical school building saying, "Stop, nigger, you can't get in here." There was none. You can start a business right now, sir. You can start 50 businesses. You make more money in a day than what most Nigerians make in a year, sir. You're the superior black just by birth, just by birth. You
like that blue passport's real.
The African American. Nathan, the African American, you, sir, are the greatest or the best African in the diaspora. So what did you overcome, sir? You were born in 1980. You live in a cul-de-sac. You have a Mercedes. You work at a job probably paying $100,000 a year. What did you overcome?
I'm really trying to figure it out.
Did you live through some sort of civil war? What did you overcome? I'm trying to figure it out too.
Why can't we improve if our circumstances aren't perfect? It's like we want perfection.
Nathan,
if there's no perfection, we can't do nothing. We just gonna sit on our ass and hit the suite. That's all we're gonna do.
Thank you, Nathan. Okay, I would like to hear what Nathan has to say now. What did you overcome, Nathan? I'm surprised. I'm curious. What did you overcome?
No. So I'm trying to understand what you're saying. So everybody's even. That's what you're saying. Everybody in America,
everybody's even. Yes, equal. Yes.
So Donald Trump kids is even with the kids in the hood.
Yes. You know why they're even with the kids in the hood? Because here goes the thing. His family, instead of buying Jordans and big screen TVs and cars and stuff, his family came together and built a conglomerate. The same thing that your family could do. You know what I noticed about black families? They don't come together for, hey guys, let's talk about investing our money as a family. We all work at a job. A black family come together to fight somebody or for a cookout. Go ahead, sir.
Chaotic.
How many fights have your family gotten into?
Chaotic. The kid, the 19-year-old in the hood is not on the same level as my 19-year-old son.
Sir, the 19-year-old in the hood is
my 19-year-old kid.
Sir. But Nathan, let's assume that we're not on the same level. Let's just assume that.
Right.
So what's the problem? We're not.
No. That's the big problem. That's the difference that we're having. You guys are saying forget the issues. I'm with that. I believe in that.
As men, forget the issues. We're men.
Listen to me. I agree.
A normal man says CT was born in a mud hut.
I'm just being real. But this is what I'm saying. As men, right?
We disagree.
Let's forget the issues because we're men. We solve issues. We should actually be welcome. We should actually be happy that there's issues for us to solve.
That's what I'm saying.
It's women, right? Hold on. It's women that want things to be perfect.
Nobody
before they can. But men, right? We should be able, regardless of the issue, regardless of the problem, we should be able to uplift ourselves out of those situations.
Right.
So we can't be sitting here and saying, "Oh, the issue." Sure, let's assume that there's issues. We're just not going to do anything. Is that what you're trying to? What are you assuming?
Nathan,
so who can? So sure,
come up with a plan.
Nathan,
sure.
Nathan, please.
Yeah. What's up?
I don't know.
Believe it or not, sir.
Oh.
I went to inner city schools. I know a lot of people can't believe
I did too.
I did too for a couple of years. I
did too.
I went to suburban public schools. Now, sir, black kids in the inner city and their parents prided themselves on wearing the best Jabos, the best Jordans, all types of things. They could have took that same money and invested in stocks. Now, guys, this is preaching to the choir with all of us. Anything
Right.
holding you back is your own doing. These same black
Doing
families, believe it or not, the Trump family, I bet you, has less members than the average black family in the hood. You got families in the hood that have 100 family members. And you know how I know it? I seen these niggas come out the woodworks to fight each other. Let
facts.
you do something to somebody in their family, it'd be 50 niggas trying to fight you. And so
let's hop out there.
Where are these 50 niggas when you say, hey guys, let's come together on Saturday, have a family meeting, and let's invest just one paycheck. Do one paycheck in a black inner city family, that'd be $50,000, assuming that you all worked maybe like at an Amazon warehouse, assuming the 50 members did. Your family alone could come up with 50 stacks right there and invest that in a credit business.
But that's even
paycheck.
The chaotic. That's even harder. Why can't we just sit in school instead of joining Crips and Bloods? Sit in school, make A's, go to college, make A's in college, graduate with the job. That's so easy. Trying to get a whole bunch of niggas to do something, that's gonna be hard. That's too stressful. Why can't we as an individual do the easy thing? The easy thing is for us to sit down.
Yeah, he's froze.
The easy thing is for us to sit down in our classrooms, instead of fighting in class or fighting at lunch, and just acting a fool. Why don't we just sit there and make A's?
Absolutely. Because
that's so easy. That's easy.
Because it's right. And here goes my thing, sir. Now, Nathan, I understand him. Now, here he goes. He probably has a 6-figure job, probably has a Lexus or a Benz. He lives on a cul-de-sac in a nice neighborhood. He
literally, bro,
still wants to be
his car out 2020. His car is 2020.
Even though he's not a victim, he still wants to be a victim. He's married. He has a good family. He said 2 of his kids were in private school. And it's fascinating how he still wants to be a victim. And Nathan,
I don't get it.
I don't get it either. All it takes is, and Nathan, you had the luxury that a lot of people don't. If you grew up in the hood, I bet you had about 50 to 60 damn cousins and uncles and nephews and blah, blah, blah. All it takes is for one inner city black family, one paycheck per person, just one. Y'all will have $50,000 to $60,000 just off of one paycheck, assuming y'all all had some $15 an hour job. That's just a minimum wage.
Literally, go buy a Subway.
You guys could be the next Trumps.
Go buy a Jimmy John's. Go buy a Subway. Go put a down payment on a franchise. There's so many different options, but we don't want to. And then because we're poor, we get so many benefits from the government as far as like different loans we have access to, SBA. If we want to go to college, there's so many scholarships for low income people. We can literally go to college for free. You know, all these tech jobs that are paying over 6 figures.
Exactly.
They're begging for black people to join these tech jobs. But every year you look at the amount of black engineers, amount of black whatever, it's stagnant. Who are we gonna blame? It's easy. Just sit and we're gonna blame ourselves and say, oh, because of what happened in 1865, that's why we can't do nothing.
Bro, let me say something real quick. Do you
it's ridiculous.
Do you trade stocks?
Do I trade stocks? No.
Okay,
I don't know.
You could.
I invest in stocks. Yeah, I invest. You know, but I don't. I'm not gonna. I don't want to get into trading.
Okay.
Personally,
I trade. I haven't traded options in like a few months, but I normally trade stock options, which are just trading contracts with.
Yeah, trading. Yeah.
Now, even though options are very volatile, they're very complicated.
Yeah.
Imagine a family. They combine, they come together, they form like a little conglomerate. I don't know what it would be on paper. It could be an LLC or a S Corp or whatever. I don't know, the legality.
Yeah.
What if they came together and said, you know what? This person in our family has a master's in accounting. This person, this, that, and the other. They came together and said, we're going to come with one paycheck or 2 paychecks. We're going to sacrifice for 1 month, all of us, 50 of us. They could come up with 100,000, put it in a trading account, and if you get some sweet contracts, you could literally get $1 million fucking dollars. Like your family could be worth $1 million like that.
Like that within
Black
3 or 4
family.
years.
And so when people say there's no opportunities like these people, it's like, no, there are opportunities. Do that.
We're literally in the land of opportunity. Look at the internet, look at blockchain technology.
Exactly.
I mean, there's so many different opportunities. This recession is coming up. If you're trying to buy a cheap business, this is the best time to buy a cheap business. You know, a lot of people think too, whenever you're invested in like a business or a franchise, it's kind of like buying a house. You just put a down payment and the franchise company will actually help you to find funding. I mean, there's so many different opportunities that we can actually take advantage of. This generation should be like the Gilded Age for Black people.
Oh yeah, definitely.
This should definitely be the Gilded Age for Black people. There aren't that, if any, restrictions. I mean, look at us right now. We're on YouTube. Look at your YouTube channel. There's no law against Black people. There's no Black YouTube and white YouTube. There's just a YouTube that anybody can hop on and make money with hard work and consistency. So, you know, and we have to stop blaming and we have to start taking accountability, especially as men. We got to. We can't be so comfortable coming on YouTube or going on TV saying the system this, or what makes me angrier is we all didn't start off on the same level.
Yeah. Neither did the Trump. They didn't start off on the same
level. The same level. They came to America poor.
Yeah, they came to their family did something in Germany like 200 years ago, and they figured it out. The Trumps weren't always a wealthy family, but whatever happened in Germany 200 years ago, they figured it out. Black Thoughts with the $5 super chat there. CT, let's be real. Most blacks want to get rich quick. They don't understand the long game. 50-year-old screaming YOLO. Yeah, I mean that's unfortunately. I mean it's unfortunate, but it's true. What say you, Justine, to this comment?
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's another thing that us men we have to fix. We, you know, I don't want to be mean, but we're, out of all men on the planet, we're the laziest. We're the laziest. And it's clear. We don't like to work hard. We don't like to persevere. We don't like to kind of chip at something for a long time. We kind of like to have fun. We want to go to the club, turn up, have fun. You know, PP loan, scam, do whatever. Yeah. Man, that's too hard. You know, I'm an engineer. When I was in school, I was trying to get a whole bunch of niggas to, hey, let's do engineering, man. You're going to graduate, get you a job, 60, 70,000. That's a really good job to start with. Man, that's hard. The way to wealth and success is through difficulty. As Black men, once we embrace that, we're going to be extremely successful. But the problem is our minds. We don't like to work hard. Because it's uncomfortable and we hate to be uncomfortable. We seek comfort too much, like women. That's why we keep on bringing this effeminate thing up. It's like a lot of us are very effeminate and we don't even realize it. We like to be comfortable. Actually, niggas love to be comfortable.
Yeah.
Oh my God. We love to chill, hang out, be comfortable. We go to school, we major in things that are easy.
Underwater basket weaving, yeah.
You feel you know, if we show them a bit
German art history, absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? The easiest thing, man, that's hard. Instead of and we need to stop thinking in terms of hard, easy. We need to start thinking in terms of feasible or not feasible.
I gotta read this comment real quick. Alonzo said, but when my cousin got locked up, family came out the blue to call me for bail money. Just think, let me tell you a story, sir. I have a friend. I've known her for a long time. She has a big family where I live at. A huge family. It's like 150 of these niggas. One day, her grandmother was driving the car. Her grandmother and her aunt were driving. Some young girls crashed into their grandmother's car. So the girls didn't know that they hit some old women. So the girls, they like 20, they get out the car, bitch, yeah, bitch. So they walked over to the car, and just so happens one of their family members, a cousin, driving down the street, saw what happened, called on the phone and said, you know, grandma got into it with these girls. Now, mind you, the girls, you know, when they saw that they were old, they stopped all that bitch shit and stuff.
Yeah.
It wasn't but 10 minutes. 50 niggas was up at this car scene just making sure their grandmother was cool. And I said, ain't that because they heard about the girls act the interaction at first, because it was all in the area, right? I said, hot damn. I said, your family gathered that damn quick off of some potential drama.
Oh
to
my
potentially
God.
fight these girls because the girls thought the occupants of the car were young. And I'm like, when you have when she's a business owner, but when you do events, his maybe two family members come up for your shit.
Bro, but we all, we love to be
There's about
entertained
50 of these
by
niggas over there,
by
like,
niggatry. We love to be entertained by niggatry. Oh, some niggas fight. Oh shit, let me go see what's happening. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, this dude talking to snap. Let me go try to jump to. Why are we always gathering for niggatry for dumb shit stuff? Excuse me, for dumb
no,
stuff.
you
The
good.
dumbest stuff. The dumbest stuff we be trying to gather and see.
Yeah.
How have our phone out.
Yeah.
Trying to see what's going on. But when it comes to some real, someone's events, when it comes to doing some real business, when it comes to actually leveling up, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like you said, it'd be one person, two person. And what's our excuse, man? That's hard. I ain't trying to do all that. That's the number one motherfucking phrase that black people, I ain't trying to do all that. Man, that's hard, man. Shit, I'm just trying to chill, man. You trying to do all that, bro? Man, just try to do this easier. We always try to go to the easier part.
Exactly. Johnny with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Justin. Says, what are the top 3 cities of the intelligent black man to live in while avoiding the ninjas? I don't know. That's a good one. I gotta come back to that one, Johnny. Black by Design with the $2 super chat says, again, I'm ex-military and I have a passport. I find these panels kind of pointless. If any African American wants to leave, they can. I checked out about 20 years ago. Awesome. Alonzo, I don't know whether you're froze or not, but salute to you, sir. It's been a minute. How you doing, sir?
Hello, brother. How are you?
Real good. Positivity to you and your family, sir. How you doing, man?
Thank you. I generally come to try to be a contrarian, but I can't really be too much of a contrarian today. But I had to come up and mention because, like you said, something like options trading, I actually am a licensed financial advisor, right? I've been in this business for 15 years. I have 2 members of my family who are my client. One is my mother, the other is my mother-in-law. Now, the difficulty is, let's look at something simple. Like, we know folks die, right? I live in New Haven, Connecticut. I look at my Facebook page today. Apparently, some gentleman got shot and killed the other day. But when I put something, life insurance, I don't need that. If we could do something that they do in the Jewish community in Brooklyn, what they do is they take the eldest member of the family. All of them say, look, Grandma, you're 92. We're going to put a life insurance policy on you. It's going to be expensive because you're 92. So it's going to be $3,000 a month. But there's 74 of us who can put in $15. Because, I've heard somebody was like, well, why is it my fault that I was born broke with with 4 siblings and a broke mother on $27,000? Well, why was your mother still having sex, having more kids if she was broke at $27,000?
But let's be respectful. But go ahead. Yeah.
Exactly. No disrespect, but there's many people who are in these situations. I know a woman who is on welfare who has not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5. I'm going to just stop there. Children. And they keep having children. And none of them have their high school diploma. But when I say, hey, you want to make your kid a millionaire? Put $1 million life insurance on a 2-year-old or on this newborn. It'll cost you $200 a year. Yeah, but I'm saving up for their first birthday party at Chuck E. Cheese. I spent $5,200 on their first birthday party at Chuck E. Cheese because I want this to be special. Child number 3. How special is a first birthday party at Chuck E. Cheese when I just showed you for over the course of 10 years you spent, so for $2,000 you can literally on paper make your child worth $500,000. Won't do it.
You could take a loan out against that and buy some property.
Oh, we're not even getting into what you can do with it. Just the fact that it exists and that adds to their net worth, not even the other things that they can do with it, right? something like an ILIT, which is an irrevocable life insurance trust. So it's a trust fund. You could literally make your baby a trust fund baby. But when we speak to the community like this, I've heard all I need to hear. I know everything about it. Just like if you're an actual options trader, no disrespect to someone who trades, but if you were to ask someone, do you have your Series 3? No, I don't have a Beamer.
I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that, Alonzo. I'm glad you said that, Alonzo. Yes, I'm a retail trader, so I'm glad you pointed that out about a real options trader. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Understood. Once I'm cooking chicken, babe. Yeah, my wife just came in. She's like, "What do I smell?" I'm cooking chicken, so I have to be brief. Babe, so you know, like you said, yes, real options traders. So a lot of people don't quite understand. Hey, I think a Series 3 is a BMW. It's actually, you know, it allows you to trade futures and commodities, right? Yeah. We don't even get the education to get the licensure. How many people are, I flip houses, but I don't have my real estate license. I just wholesale. Well, if you look at the real estate exam manual, because I'm also a licensed realtor in the state of New York, as well as a licensed financial advisor, and I hold my PTIN, which is Prepares Tax Identification Number. So I'm licensed by the federal government to prepare taxes in all 50 states. I don't have a job. I work for me. But unlike the dudes in the corner who every time I go to the corner store to get a Snickers, hey, I got that work, I got that work, I got that work. They could literally, I do the same thing for clients, right? Hey, I got that, I can trade your options, I can trade your, I'm doing the same thing, but on a larger scale. But they'd rather do that and try to get me to buy 1/8 of an ounce than an option or buying real estate. When you don't have your license in these things, you get screwed.
You know, not even all that. We don't even want to get an HVAC license. We don't even want to be an electrician, a master electrician. Those guys getting paid over 500 racks. If you own your own business, there's so many different. I mean, I could keep on going on and on and on, right? But we over here complaining about some damn stop and frisk
that none of us will ever experience.
That none of us have ever and will never experience. You know what I'm saying?
Nathan's never.
There, I can be contrarian. I've experienced actually being stopped by the police while I was in suit and tie, coming from my job at Wall Street. But I was also bumping some loud rap music on my phone, right? With no headphones,
loud noise
in the middle of the train station. Exactly.
Loud noise.
So when they came to me, I used it as an opportunity. I'm a salesman, so I used it as an opportunity to try to sell them. I was like, "Hey, how's your 457, officers?" And obviously, they let me go. But like you said, Chaotic, I wasn't like, "What you guys stopping me for? I can listen to my music if I feel like it." I knew I was wrong. You knew immediately. Loud noise violation.
and this, you know, what Kevin Samuels used to always say, and I think a lot of people missed it, just kind of piggybacking off of that, was that we have to think as a group, right? So like one thing that we get mad about is, you know, we got to understand that these cops, they've seen 10 ignorant niggas. So just because you the smart one, don't mean that they're going to think you're smart, because they're so used to seeing a whole bunch of ignorant niggas be doing dumb stuff that they're going to think you are like that too. Right? So we can't just say, "Oh, I'm good, I don't do nothing. Why they got coming at me?" Well, he's coming at you because he saw a whole bunch of other niggas that was doing dumb shit that he came after. So we got to think as a group now. And we got to hold our group accountable instead of saying, "Well, I'm good. Well, you should," you know, the excuse niggas always make, "Well, who's your circle? You got to hang out with different people." No, we have to hold on, because what a group of us do is what will affect all of us. We all will get affected. If there's a whole bunch of niggas robbing at the corner, if a whole bunch of niggas standing at the corner store robbing people or doing suspicious stuff, if I come through to that same corner store, even though I'm not doing nothing, they're going to think I'm doing something because they saw the last 10 guys or the last 9 guys doing something. So the 10th guy, they're going to stop and frisk you even if you're innocent. So this stuff affects all of us. We can't be looking at ourselves like in isolation. We got to look at ourselves like, you know.
I totally
You know what I'm
agree.
saying?
Just think,
You know?
just think. Are you're
Yeah.
in your mid-20s, right?
No, I'm 33.
Oh, 33. Oh, okay. Okay, so we
Let's
all know
drink.
about this.
Yeah, I
For
drink a
you,
lot of water.
for you, Gen X, for you, I gotta put. Let me put him on mute real quick. I gotta put you on mute
It's like
real
good.
quick.
Yeah.
For you young people in the chat, it's something very interesting about what Alonzo said, and a lot of you don't know about this. Prior to the 2000s, particularly in the 90s, that I can remember, when you were blasting your music, and I've seen this happen, the police used to pull you over. And you know what they used to do sometimes? They used to bash up your sound systems, man. But a lot of younger people don't know this. But yeah,
Bigger facts.
they used to
Bigger
bash up
facts.
your sound.
Yeah. Especially if you're in a neighborhood, people gonna start complaining.
Yep, they used to bash them up. Yeah.
You know, write you tickets and stuff too. You got, but why is our music that loud?
Because we believe that we own the block. We believe that it's this whole attitude of you gotta see me. Nigga, you gotta see me, and that's the problem. And so that's again what I was talking about with Kevin Samuels. He was basically trying to teach about decorum. And
oh my gosh.
Yeah, you gotta see me. Look what I'm doing.
And when you lower your music, you notice that everyone else's music isn't loud. You're the odd one out. You're the weirdo.
Yeah.
You know? Like when you know what I'm saying? Like we don't be realizing that we look weird as hell. We be looking weird, awkward, with our loud ass music pulling up to McDonald's. Our loud ass music pulling up to we be going even some niggas be having a little bit of money. We be having a loud ass music pulling up to some luxury restaurants. Like it's loud. And then everyone
Doesn't that loud music hurt after a while? Like I'm 38, right? And now when I'm in a car and I hear the music, I'm like, I gotta get out. It hurts my body physically. Yo, listen, I still listen to the niggatry music, but I can't have it at full blast. It hurts my body.
Just lower it, exactly. We all black, we listen to whatever, but lower the music. Stop making us look awkward.
I listen to nigga repellent music. I listen to a lot of classical. I listen to a lot of like EDM. I used to date girls, and whenever I didn't want them around, I would play like EDM, and they would just their brains couldn't take it. They're like, I can't. And don't play like Sade or Regina Bell or
bro. Come on now, yeah.
Female. Like if you want to get rid of a female, like a female you really don't. If you're young, listen to this. If you want to get rid of a female, just play some like Regina Bell, Anita Baker. See how fast she gets out of that car and get away from you. They can't listen to that kind of music. Yeah.
No facts. Yeah.
They can't. They can't do it. They can't do it. I call it nigga repellent music. Yeah. They can't do it.
So, fellas, I'm about to go eat.
Man.
Thank you.
Sir. Guys, this has been an incredible live stream. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, man, I have to hop on.
I got to get the hell up out of here.
Hey, listen, man. There's people, and I watched a few of your streams.
Oh, thank you.
You get a lot of pushback, and it's effed up because you be saying the realest stuff. And people, we always try to act like, oh, I don't know what you're talking about. We're the number one gaslighters on the planet. We love gaslighting. We love acting like things is fake. I've never heard of that. Who you hang out with? That's not my circle. We're the gaslighters. But just trust to know that, bro, you speaking real stuff.
Thank you so much, sir, for watching the streams, and thank you so much for being a kindred spirit. You're definitely a high level intellect. Thank you so much, man. And please come back next Tuesday, and also
100%.
come to my show as well. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah.
Peace. Guys, I was just thinking on the ones and twos. Guys, I'm out of here. Thank you so much. And rest in peace again to Kevin Samuels. But guys, please let Kevin Samuels be an example of polish or polishness, decorum, and etiquette, dressing a certain way. And thank you guys so much for the super chats, the cash apps. You guys were incredibly awesome tonight. Thank you so much, guys. Peace. I'll see you next Tuesday. Peace.